Alright, well, welcome everyone. Today we're going to play a one-shot Shadowrun adventure. We have two guest players with us today. One's playing Kesh and the other is playing Ava. So welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Alright, so before we begin, does anyone have any bookkeeping? Is there any character points that's on your sheets that you wish to spend? This will, for the regular guys, this will take place some weeks after the last adventure.
I don't even remember what the last adventure was.
It was the election day thing.
Yeah, that doesn't narrow it down.
Doesn't it?
We had multiple episodes that was election day stuff.
Well, the actual election day.
Well, no, I thought the last one we did was the insect spirits and the ink grenades and stuff.
No, I don't think that was the last one.
I thought it was. We had Goro for that one, and I didn't think he was there for election day.
Well, Mission 11 is election day. Mission 12 says showcase, but I don't remember what that was.
I was one where I think it was the island, the quarantine island thing.
No, I think Ethan's probably
Humanitarian aid.
possibly right. Yeah, I should look and see. Do I have enemies? I don't remember.
Well, I wrote it down on the calendar as showcase, but I don't remember what the hell that was.
Alright, so I have updated the date. So, is there any spending of points?
Looks like I already spent all my points.
Yeah, if I had anything in mind to spend points on, I don't remember it.
I don't think this character has any, so.
There's on the notes tab of the character sheet, you should see if you got any points there that you want to spend.
Oh, there's two. That's okay. I'll leave it.
Assuming that's been properly updated.
Ash has 12 unspent points, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
It's accurate. If it says there's points, then there's points, and you're welcome.
That's probably because we kept having people jump in and play cash and like, here's some points, but and that person doesn't come back, so it's like, okay,
all right.
Yeah, so they're carried over from several games. All right.
True to Cash's nature, he'll be stubborn about spending his character points.
All right, so no spending points.
No.
No.
All right, so on this Tuesday night, or evening, I should say, what are your characters doing?
I have no idea. Possibly. Oh, well, I'm still out of work.
Hanging out at the clubhouse?
I don't think you guys have a clubhouse yet.
Bray's still on suspension. We have that bar. Oh god, it's Vape's bar. What the hell is the name of it?
Vapor's Bar.
Transporters?
I don't know. I think that's probably something that Phil has kept in notes.
Maybe.
It's our unofficial headquarters.
All right, so you guys will all be hanging in the bar then. with the exception of the new lot, unless of course they're invited to hang out there too.
Well, Kesh has actually been with us a bunch of times, and Ava's been with us at least once, so
And I've
we
been
at
with you
least
guys
know
once.
them.
And you guys have a cool bar, so sure, even if I'm chilling by myself, it's a safe place.
Is it really?
Safer?
So by random happenstance, we all end up at the bar. Because that makes it nice and neat.
Sounds fun. To
Precisely.
All right, so
And Cash is smoking, and he's blowing smoke rings and watching them go.
So you will all be at the bar, chatting, doing your thing, drinking, whatever takes your fancy. You will notice, as you guys are all fairly perceptive and rarely switch off completely, you'll notice someone step into the bar and they start looking over the crowd of people. They
Does he do the Kirk entry?
I don't think I'm familiar with the Kirk entry.
Well, he sort of steps through the door and has that look on his face as he scans the bridge. Look on his face like somebody farted.
It's a slight arc in his eyebrow.
All right, so you will see him there, scan the crowd, and then head up to the bar. He will get Vapor's attention, and then Vapor will point to you guys over at your booth. This guy will look over, and then he'll slip Vapor some creds, and then start to head your way.
Oh no. This means that Claudia didn't give us the hookup.
Damn it. Claudia should have done the hookup.
Well, maybe she pointed this guy to us.
Yeah, but he's already paid Vapor. Maybe she pointed him to Vapor. I don't know why she would have done that.
So, this guy... what was the group's name?
DXM, it looks like.
So this guy will then approach your table. He'll stand there and he'll say, "Are you guys DXM?" Whoops, I've got to turn that off.
I don't know. I'm deaf now, so I can't tell if anything that's going on. Who's our speaker? Our person?
I'm
Face
not
guy?
sure. I thought Gorgo was somewhat face-ish.
He was a bit more facey. I think Frey's the one that does the talking, at least when it involves the legal system.
Well, that depends on who's asking.
He says, "Claudia sent me. She said I could find you here. And because it's obligatory,
Hello, Claudia. I haven't seen that picture in a while.
We've missed Claudia.
So bring the new guys up to speed, so we would know who Claudia is then.
She's our regular fixer.
Okay.
And apparently an underwear model in her spare time.
No, she has bulletproof nudity.
I was going to say, extreme defensive bonus.
Defense by distraction.
So this guy will then reach into his pocket, pull out a bunch of what looks to be business cards, and says,
And every one of us pulls a gun out because we think he's going for a gun.
he fans through the cards, and you see he counts out 6 of them. He then puts the cards down on the table, says, this is for you guys. He says,
Okay.
well, that's my job done. And he will then bid you good evening, and he will leave.
I mean, just
Wow,
a
that
glance
was-
at the
That
cards.
was
Are they?
fastest contract ever?
I enjoy these contracts. Can we have more of them?
We didn't get paid.
So
Oh, are they
you
not
will,
crit chips?
you will look at the cards, and they look like a fancy sort of business card. There's some very elegant artwork on the card. You flip it over, and it says invite, with the words, "You are invited to a business meeting at the Styx. This card shall grant you entrance. Midnight."
It seems like we have a invite to the Styx. Yes.
Do we
Have any
know
of us ever
Midnight's?
been to the Styx before?
All right, if you have current affairs, clubs and pubs and that sort of thing, you could roll on that. Otherwise, if you have area knowledge Seattle, you can make a roll.
God. it's
Aha.
What about just an IQ check to see if you recognize the name?
You're welcome to roll default. I think area knowledge defaults to IQ anyway.
Okay.
If
of
you're
your
from
home,
here.
of your hometown.
Technically not from here, so I shouldn't have
So
rolled.
we have successes all round. So you have all heard of the Styx. It is an exclusive nightclub downtown. Who succeeded by the most? Wow, Frost.
Yeah, it's going to be like that today.
All right, so Frost, you know, aside from the public knowledge that it's a fancy nightclub, you will know that it is access to members and their guests only. And membership is by invitation only. It is considered something of a social coup.
Hmm.
Well, you don't see that every day. Unless you're super cool.
I've never been that cool, but I want to be that cool tonight.
Well, I guess we're moving up in the world.
Pity Book
it's
wasn't
a
here.
club.
Book would be in that straight away.
Unfortunately,
it.
this doesn't actually suggest what it is that we'd be doing there.
So that's it.
Meet
We're
him
just,
No, it's a party club. We go club.
we're just invited.
If this is get us in club, then I say we go to club. Yes.
Oh, we're going to be having to sit through a session of Mark's bad accents.
Oh,
As long as it's consistent.
It won't be. Mark will be the first to tell you that.
I try. I really try.
So probably going to look at Frost since he's our computer dude, so we know where or what's up with this place. Further, like, is it going to be you can't take weapons in? Because that always sucks.
Just means you have to get creative. What do I know about the place?
Well, the place is, like I said, very exclusive. In terms of weapons, you will have to check weapons.
Damn it. Everybody's like that. I wish they'd stop.
Of course, they can't do anything about implant weapons and such, or concealed weapons.
Joke's on you. Can't they can't take weapon from you if you are the weapon.
I know, right?
Well, that depends. They could have like a null magic field in your case.
Or they could shoot you in the face.
Well, that'd be hideously rude of them on both fronts.
Nice thing is for the most part, most of my stuff doesn't even show up on as metal. So.
Well, I guess we're going to a club.
No, no. My concern here is somebody invited us for a reason. Probably just not because we're just that cool. And I would like to try to think of who that might be if somebody knew us and was in a position to actually give such an invitation.
Well, we can always call Claudia and ask.
If Claudia got contacted by somebody to send him to us, she will probably not be at liberty to tell us anything about him. We have contacts. I was trying to think if we had a document that had all the people we've met.
Anyone have any like streetwise you could find out?
Is there a website that says there's a special going on at the Styx, like anniversary of the Styx opening, some bigwig going, hosting a big party, anything like that on the web?
You do a quick search, and there doesn't appear to be any event that's organised or anything like that. At least not for tonight.
Well, let's go see what's going on and, kick in the door and find out.
Yeah, I agree.
But I am curious, so I have to go.
All right, so what time are you guys turning up?
If we were requested at midnight, given that this is a club, I'd probably show up an hour earlier.
So are we going armed, or are we going just by the rules of the club?
Well, that's up to you. Depends on how much you want to get harassed by the troll that runs the thing.
I just want to. Is that how we normally roll?
I think it's probably normal to bring your weapons with you and go ahead and check them, unless you got something concealed that you think you can get away with.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be bringing mine to check as well. Might make it less apparent I'm a magey folk.
Okay, I'll take my pistol and a blade.
It does occur to me that the new guys may not know what the regular dudes are in terms of characters.
That is potentially true.
I've actually listened to a couple of your online things, so I know some vagueness about some of
them. Okay, for the benefit of the new guys, just a quick introduction. Beginning with Shard.
Shard is a mage focusing primarily on trying to blow crap up. His quote-unquote trademark move, not the actual GURPS trademark move, is to rev up a Sorcerer's Sunbolt and use that to try to pry folk. Apart from that, he's a manager with Renraku, mid-level manager, and so he's got some administrative and a few other sort of skills relevant to that as well.
I forgot he was working for them.
Yep.
Cairo.
Cairo is an ex-Mossad, basically physical, what is it? Adept, that's chemically enhanced. He basically is retired, quote unquote, from the Mossad. They still contact him every so often on a rare occasion when they need something. So he's in Seattle to disappear and make a new life. His skill set tends to focus mostly on stealth and blades. And when he goes all Melba on, he's very, very fast, and he's very, very cutty.
Okay.
Frost.
Frost is a Watch Dogs ripoff.
So he's a hackery type.
Hacker, parkour stuff. Yeah.
I can't remember what's Frost's nickname that Daniel doesn't like.
It's best
Was
not
it-
to think about it.
Was it
It's
51?
long, and I think it was like 51, but it's been so long I can't remember it right either.
Damn it. Time saved you.
We're gonna have to go back and listen to the recaps to see what it was.
I think it was 51.
And Daniel's like, "Nope, sorry, that one was lost."
Frey.
He's really easy. He is John Wick as an elf.
Okay.
Okay.
And he's pretty good at playing the John Wick.
Oh yeah, he lives up to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys will show up at the Styx at 11 p.m., so an hour before midnight. You will see that there is a lineup out in front of the place with a whole bunch of people hoping to get into this club. There is a troll bouncer at the door. He is dressed in what looks to be a modified 18th century outfit with coat, tails, a shirt, and a lacy collar.
Wow, it just
If I
occurs to me,
understand
who
these
else is-
cards, I say we walk straight to the front of the line and let ourselves in. Yes? No?
Who else is dressed up?
His tailor must love him.
That's
If it's an
true.
exclusive club, I'll obviously try and be dressed up decently.
All right, so you're a little bit dressed.
Yep.
Well, lucky for me, I have a quirk where it's like insists on wearing nice suits. So of
You're
course,
always
Frey's
dressed.
Frey's always wearing a nice suit.
So you'll walk up to the bouncer. You will flash the cards. He will look you guys all over. Does anyone have obvious weapons or anything like that?
Nothing that's not under
Not
my,
obvious.
not obviously.
I'll have my pistol, my heavy pistol, and I'll be more than happy to check that in.
I keep mine all under my jacket.
Yeah, I'm going to try and keep mine under my jacket, too.
Those that have it
I'll-
concealed,
Yep.
give me a holdout roll.
Okay.
I'm checking mine. But I'm wearing my memory baton.
Oh yeah, Ava.
And I've got
She has
them
all her weapons.
Yeah, you don't want to ask where she stuck it.
Damn, some skillful people.
Yeah, so I'm carrying my blade and my pistol.
So the troll sort of looks you guys over, and his eyes sort of stop on Cairo for a second, and he says, "You lot, remember to check your weapons."
Nodding.
He will
Oh
then
no, I forgot.
the really nice red rope barrier chain. He'll sort of undo that, let you guys pass, much to the disappointment of all those people that are waiting. You know, there's a few comments. You know, why are they getting in? What's so special about them? And then the troll, after you pass, will put the gate back and settle the crowd. He'll simply say, "Because they're VIPs, that's why."
Yeah.
They're better than you. Come on, man.
I don't feel like
we're
a VIP.
better than you.
Actually, I'll add to that. Because they're VIPs and they're better than you.
And I take a long drag from my cigarette and I go, yeah.
And you will enter the club. It is quite busy. Do I have a stock club image?
What are the chances?
Yes,
you guys
but we've
think
seen
that
it
we're
before.
Gonna, what are the chances you think we're going to run into Freddy here?
That was my first thought.
I don't have a stock club image.
Yeah, you do.
Do I?
Just because the troll was nice about it, I'll check my heavy pistol. But I'll
Who
keep
is
my-
checking weapons?
I will check my heavy pistol.
I'm checking the pistol, not the morph baton.
Not my holdout pistol and not my knives.
I really don't want to check my pistol.
We don't even look at you like, we're expecting you to.
So the counter where you are expected to check weapons, you will see that they have a scanner on the counter.
Damn.
Ah, crap.
How do I get past that?
This is like an airport security scanner.
Or is it just for
It's like
checking my...
it's a scanner which you would recognize straight away that they'd use to, scan your body, see if you have any stuff.
Okay.
To avoid the scanner, it's still your holdout. It's just the scanner gives the operator a bonus.
All right.
Yeah, my holdout's only 13.
Reminds me.
I think I'll check my heavy pistol and let him scan me and go, oh yeah, I forgot that one.
I'll still try and get past.
Don't forget, you'll have it's penalty of the bulk of the weapon you're trying to hide, plus
Yeah, that's what I
any
thought.
conceal holsters, that sort of thing. You can also end up getting bonuses for like wearing a jacket and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Although they might make you take it off. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I don't have it written down there, but I think mine comes out to even because the bulk's pretty significant, but I have the concealable holster thing.
So what's the current weather like? What season is it?
Oh, it's Seattle. It's
raining.
always raining.
It's
Always
it's
winter.
December.
So a jacket. I'd have a jacket.
Oh yeah, it's
It would
December.
be cold.
Yep. Okay.
I don't have a stock nightclub, but I've got Vapors Bar. We'll use that.
That's not Vapor's Bar.
Do we have a special one for Vapors Bar? Don't recall.
Well,
All right. So
Cash will go and check his pistol and ammo.
All right, so you're standing at the counter where you're expected to check your weapons. You're umming and ahhing and doing whatever you're doing. And then you're approached by a woman.
Of course I am. I'm John Wick. Sorry, Elfwick.
nothing scary about her.
So you're approached by a woman. She, who's the most attractive of you? It's probably Elfwick.
Yeah, I think he does have the attractive because of Elf.
I think he's the only one. Yeah.
So you will see that her eyes do a couple of scans of Elfwick up and down, and there is a seductive smile, and she says to the person behind the counter, "It's okay. These people are with me."
We're with her.
Like the lady said.
And she says, "Come in." And she gestures for you to enter. You enter the place, and as Elfwick, as you walk past, she will sort of lock an arm around yours, and she'll say, "Are you up for a big night tonight?"
Well, that depends on the night.
Am I going to need a dinner reservation, perhaps?
I wish I had thought of that.
He would like to visit the sommelier first.
She says, "I'm a regular here." And again, she looks at you guys all over, turning to Elfwick, and she'll say, "Your drinks are on me tonight." She'll lead you to the bar, again, arm locked around Elfwick's arm. She'll talk to the guy behind the bar, and she'll say, "These people, their drinks will be on my tab." And the guy behind the bar will just nod.
Sorry, I don't think I caught your name.
I didn't tell you.
Her name is Petronwan.
Petra. Let me fix that. She says, "My name is Petra. And who might you be?"
You may call me Frey.
Unusual name.
Point of order, if she has, current affairs Shadowrunners, then she might, the reputation may end up kicking in.
Actually, I think most of us have rep at this point just for the group. but phrase
So-
is better.
She says, "That's an unusual name. Did your parents not like you or something?" Then she sort of, just before you respond, she says, "Ah, you're one of those. That's a street name. Am I correct?"
A pseudonym, yes.
How exciting. Dangerous. She says, "Are you dangerous?"
I have been known to be, yes.
No,
Um,
I'm dangerous. That's my middle name.
She will, her smile sort of grows a little. She says, or she leans over and sort of whispers into your ear. She says, "I like dangerous." Did the whisper actually come out on the mic? I'm not sure.
It
Yes,
did.
it did.
It
Is
did.
Did you do something?
I just wanted to make sure that the mic levels were still good to hear me whisper.
It was a stage whisper.
She says, "Please, let's find a seat."
Yeah, so my first thought or question, this is out of character, is she doesn't seem to be the person who invited us.
If she didn't know your name,
There's nothing that would suggest that she's the person that invited you.
Well,
She just
so
seems like a regular patron.
So it'll have to be one of those. It's like, oh well, I'm afraid we're on the clock tonight, and display the card thing. Perhaps another time.
Either
She
that or
looks at the card and says, "Do you like?" She'll grab the card and she'll look it over. She says, "It says midnight on the back. We have time."
Right. I
either
forgot
that,
we
either
were.
that or she saw security of some kind.
And then she she takes the card and then just sort of slides it into your pocket. And then
You wouldn't happen to know what's happening at midnight, would you?
she says, "No, I don't believe there's anything special that happens then." And
it
then
becomes tomorrow.
she then sort of leads you by the arm to a booth. And I assume you follow, or do you resist?
I like big booths, and I cannot lie.
Yeah, he'll probably go along, but he doesn't like clubs, so he is a little uncomfortable in here.
She picks up on your subtle hints of anxiety, and she says, "We'll find a quiet place so we can talk."
I'm not much of a conversationalist, but okay.
Her eyes again scan you from top to bottom. She says, and she sort of, her eyes sort of lock down a little bit, and then she raises them slowly and says, "That doesn't matter."
And somewhere, across the town, Book is like, "No!"
He's felt a disturbance in the force.
Yeah.
So you sit at the booth. The music over here is a little bit less obnoxious. She taps the table that you're at, and it brings up a menu, and she immediately starts ordering some drinks. She looks at Frey and she says, "You look like a whiskey person. Am I right?"
You would be.
She then clicks the whiskey menu, and you see she scrolls down to one of the expensive real whiskey, not synthahol options, and then she picks
horribly bad, isn't it?
She picks a fine whiskey, like top shelf, and she orders that, and then she says, "And the rest of you?"
Bourbon.
Beer.
Likewise, I'll have a bourbon.
She'll take all your orders, and she finishes by tapping her wrist on the table where there's a sort of highlighted pay button, and she just taps her wrist on there, and the transaction completes, and then the table goes dark again.
Okay. I did a casual observation around the room to see if there's I sit in chat to see if there's anyone else that seems out of place and like it's their first time here.
You can roll perception or observation.
I did a roll in the chat window. I just hadn't made it audible.
You will notice that there are a few people in here that are sort of paying attention to you guys. Maybe it's because you're new faces, or maybe you don't quite fit in. Maybe your outfits or whatever don't seem to be exclusive enough. Whatever the reason, there's a few people that sort of pay attention to you guys, but they don't pay attention for too long before they go back to their usual business.
Okay.
I hope our faces are new.
So, Petra, before long your drinks are brought out, and then she will ask, "So are you all here on business?" She's of course sat next to Frey.
Don't be jealous, y'all.
Well, to be fair, we have invitation to an awesome club. Game, get drinks, have party.
Frost got distracted by some of the AR bits in the club, and now he's gone off to the node and is starting to critique their design.
Posting some comments. Or just internal critiques?
Internal critiques. Oh, you guys are using this. Okay, I see.
And she says, "So, are you all, what's the term, runners?"
That is the usual term.
How does one typically respond to that question?
Yeah, that's kind of was like, was that?
That seems like a hazardous question to answer directly.
She doesn't even let you guys really respond before she says, "Have you killed anyone?"
Not today.
And she seems somewhat excited by the prospect that you killed people.
As she asked that, I choke as I'm just bringing the drink up to my lips, and I do the and I set the beer down.
Yes, but they were all bad.
Have you killed anyone?
She's like, "Not today." It's like, oh crap.
It's a hell of a thing killing a man. It took away everything he's got, and all he ever will have.
She listens and she says, "How many have you killed?" This is to Cairo.
He'll look at his
If you
beard
start-
nervously and kind of be like, those aren't statistics one dwells on typically.
And she says, "Have you ever killed someone that didn't deserve to die?"
At that, Cairo will kind of go a little cold-eyed and kind of look at her and then, politely cough and be like, "These are not questions one normally asks." And then he'll go back, he'll focus on his drink.
What's got you interested in us killing? Lady.
Nothing in particular. You're just not the usual sort that come here. And I've never met a runner.
I think it's more likely you've met a lot of runners and just didn't know it.
Since Ava has photographic memory, I'm just going to try and commit her looks to memory and any rings or tattoos or anything she's actually got on there.
Okay, you look her over and note a bunch of things.
Makes me miss Ditch. I miss having discriminatory smell.
What? So
And
you
sniffing up
take a whiff?
everybody I meet.
All right, so she will then turn her attention to Frey, and for the rest of you, you can see that she's, clearly flirting and attempting to seduce Frey. She's not
Because
holding
it's
back
breathtaking.
at all.
Actually, before I get too much farther, just forgot that I have a habitual problem of background checking. I'm going to start checking into her social profiles and such.
Lean over to Shard. It's like, don't you ever wish you could grow pointy ears sometimes?
No, but I mean, if I really wanted to, I suppose I could just flip through a few books and such.
Or just get to surgery.
Oh, I
Honestly,
mean, there's that too, but I mean,
in the Shadowrun verse, if you recall, there's social stigma for metahumans.
Kesh is going to get up and go to the bar.
All right, so Kesh,
I'm going to drain my bourbon and go to the bar.
All right, so you will head to the bar. You just park yourself at a seat.
I do, and I lift my hand to get another drink.
Yeah, I think Ava's just going to act as passive security, sort of listening to the conversation, but not actually paying attention to it really, but watching the room to make sure nothing's astray.
All right, so Kesh at the bar. It doesn't take too long before you're joined at the bar.
Hello.
That's some awesome
Oh, we just
Oh,
met
no.
somebody earlier whose name was also Petrona.
I thought her name was Petroni because in this one it's Petrona.
No,
Before
it's just the equivalent of Mr. What is it? Mr. Jones, not Jones. What the hell is the stupid
Johnson.
Johnson? Yeah, that's the club equivalent.
Hello there, Red.
She sort of ignores you first as she puts a cigarette in her mouth. You can see that she's sort of fumbling around her hand or purse for a lighter. You produce.
I produce a lighter.
She looks over at you, gives you a sort of a disinterested look, and then she will allow you to light the cigarette, and she says, "Thank you."
You're welcome. Say, what the hell goes on around here around midnight?
She says, "It's a club. People get drunk."
Sounds good to me. Do you get drunk, Red?
She says, "Sometimes, if the company's good."
What makes for good company, Red?
She then sort of, she was at the bar. She was sort of facing the bar. And then with your comment, she will then sort of turn to face you and seems to engage more. And she says, "Interesting people. What's your story?"
I think I'm interesting people. I don't know. My story... I got an invitation to come here for midnight. Just wondered what's going on at midnight here.
She shrugs and says, "Nothing special. Nothing that I know of anyway."
And what's your story?
She says, "Hold on, Tiger. I don't think we're there yet. How about you buy me a drink?"
I'm just about to suggest that, because I get the feeling the night is young. What will you have?
She will say, "I will have a cosmopolitan."
Excellent. So I order her a cosmopolitan.
All right, so you order the drink. It's brought out. She will then take a sip. She says, "So you were invited here. Invited by who?"
That's a really good question. I have no idea. And I take it that this is the kind of place, if you don't fit in, you really do need to get an invite.
She says, "Well, this place is rather exclusive. The only way you get in is with invite. So someone special must have invited you."
Well, you know what? I'm sure glad they did, because I'm getting to have a drink with Red tonight.
One second. All right. None of that stuff in chat is for me.
Isn't it?
That's familiar, Daniel. Where did that come from?
I know. I'm like, I know this. I know where this.
Has it been that long?
It has, apparently.
It's Austin Powers.
Oh, well, I was never...
That is a long time.
However, thank you for the script suggestion, but I'm going to stick with my own line here.
Whatever.
And I too am concerned that she's a vampire.
Aren't they all?
Well, vamp at least, right?
If they were vampires, this place would be the Titty Twister.
Exactly.
Not necessarily. It could be the Blade Club.
What's the one in Dust Till Dawn?
That was the one in
Tizzy
Dust Till
Twister.
Dawn, yeah.
Okay.
I assume that was that
Is Harvey
one.
Keitel in the room? Because if he is, I'm out of here.
Was Cheech Marin? Was that a troll version of Cheech Marin?
I was tempted
Okay,
actually
that
to put
would've
the
been
sprinkler
funny.
system, but I thought that'd be out of character.
So she says, "Well, Tiger, what's your name?"
Well, Red, my name is Kesh. And what's yours? Unless it is Red, and I'm just that lucky.
All right, let's give her a name. What's a red name? I would
Scarlet.
say Scarlet. Yep. Done.
Scarlet Rojas.
As he types in the word Vampirella.
She says, "Scarlet."
Well, you're well named, Scarlet.
She
That's
says,
totally not her real name. That's her coven name.
She says, "What do you hope to get from tonight?"
Jump straight
When
I find out who brought me here or who invited me here, I guess I'll know. But if that doesn't pan out, perhaps I'll be able to spend an evening drinking with you, and let's just get drunk together, Scarlet.
She smiles and says, "I should warn you, I'm a taken woman." And she sort of holds her hand up, and you see that there's a ring on her finger. But then she looks at you and says, "Though you look like the type of guy that doesn't really care."
Your powers of observation are really, really good. I don't care.
She says, "Well, my better half might." And
It's not the troll at the door, is it? Because if it is,
I was thinking that. I was totally thinking that.
with that comment, you manage to break her sort of disinterested demeanor, and she laughs and says, "No, it is not the doorman."
Her husband's a doctor, and his last name's Acula.
She says, "You'll get to meet him very soon."
Dun, dun, dun.
And then suddenly you feel a presence sort of standing behind you. You turn, look over your shoulder, and you see this guy.
He's not a vampire. I mean, come on. What are we doing here tonight?
It's Petroni!
He has like the look that you see in the picture there. He has that look on his face. And he then sort of looks at you, Kesh, and says, "Scarlet, what is going on here?"
She's playing with her food.
She says, "Nothing. You don't need to be alarmed. I'm just having a drink."
Yeah, Ava's got to commit him to memory too.
Yeah, buddy. She's just having a drink. Why so somber? And I blow smoke near his face, not on his face, but near his face.
He then sort of steps around and sort of gets into your personal space a little bit. And he says, "I hope you're not trying to seduce my wife."
I take a long drag from my cigarette and now I blow it right into his face, and I say, who says I was hitting on her?
We're just going to go right to the bar fight, aren't we?
Without turning his head, he just sort of looks towards Scarlet and then back at you. That doesn't matter. This is my wife. You should leave her alone. I suggest you should leave, in fact.
Well,
I am an important person here.
I see that. But hey, enjoy your evening, bud. I'm just going to finish my drink. Do I have a common sense roll?
What do you want to common sense?
Maybe you should have rolled it before you blew smoke in the guy's face.
But this is more fun.
He says,
Let's see here.
He says, I can have you thrown out.
Yeah. Well, I'm expected. Isn't that a classic line? I'm expected.
He looks at you and says, expected by who?
Dr. Acula.
Well, I sure as hell hope it isn't you, buddy, but I don't know who it is, and I was just asking your wife if she knew what goes down here at midnight. Because that's the time I was told to show up.
You will see Scarlet. She'll put a hand on her husband's shoulder and says, honey, settle down, calm down. It's just a friendly drink. You have nothing to worry about.
Oh, I just had a horrible idea.
I'm yours, and I will always be yours.
These aren't vampires. It's something worse. They're cosplayers.
Oh, no!
She then sort of stands up, finishes her drink, and she then says, come on, let's go enjoy ourselves, as she addresses her husband. She will then sort of grab him by the arm and sort of lead him off, and he sort of reluctantly backs down. But as they walk away, you see that she'll turn back at you and give you a smile and a wink.
Excellent. There's a word for what he is, but I won't say it here. And I take another drag from my cigarette.
I think that word is vampire.
No, it's worse. It's LARPers.
And take another swig from my bourbon. Did she take her Cosmopolitan?
No, she finished it.
All right.
She will also, as she leaves, after she finishes the drink, she says, thank you for the drink.
And I nod as she walks away.
All right, so the time clicks on. Petra at the table will tell you that she needs to be somewhere else, and she says, after your meeting or whatever it is that you're here for, perhaps we can catch up. And she's addressing Frey, of course.
Perhaps we can.
They're totally going to tell us to kill her.
Is Frey reciprocating the flirting and seductive stuff, or is Frey just closed down?
Yeah, I think probably at least oops. Yeah, not not closed down or anything, but he is in business mode. If nothing comes out of this thing, if these people don't turn into full-on vampires or larpers, and we have to kill them all, then yeah, he'd totally be interested in chatting with her.
She says, I'll look for you after midnight.
Because Frey doesn't have enough contacts.
He really doesn't.
All right, so
Maybe
you
she could
guys,
be a contact with benefits.
unless there's anything special that you guys are doing.
Like I said, I was looking up Petra. I presume there's not going to be a whole lot, except a bunch of selfies from the club.
There's some selfies. Yeah, her profile is fairly discreet.
But it does have her as a regular here.
It would appear so, yes.
I will take another spot at the bar after seeing her focus her attention on Frey and just be
You
near
give
to
Kesh-
Kesh. Yeah, well,
give
just
Kesh
to give
a kissy
Kesh
face.
backup. No, I'm not gonna. If I give Kesh a look, it'll just be like I'm over here if you need me. But other than that, I'll spend some time at the bar.
Oh wait, no, Conrad's outside.
If
Conrad's
I need to
outside. Open the
intervene
door,
to
quickly.
assist Kesh,
Conrad, get in.
but
Door's
unobtrusively,
open.
like.
Wow, I've forgotten how loud your kid is.
Oh, he does take after that.
This is true.
And he's wearing headphones.
Yes, he is. I'm trying to time that when he wasn't talking.
Okay, so Kyra, you'll spend some time at the bar, having a few drinks. Again, they're all charged to Petra, so you can drink whatever you wish. Is there anyone in an hour you have the potential time to get somewhat on your way to drunk? Is there
No,
anyone that
definitely
is
not
sort of going hard?
Book is not here.
Nope. Shard will not.
Book would be drunk and high already.
Yeah. No, Frost's taking it easy.
Which could make for some really entertaining magic, I bet.
I can't do hard liquor. That's one of Quirrell's quirks. It's like the burn. It burns.
So he's a wuss.
No, we just can't do hard liquor.
All right, so you'll be at the bar, and it's getting sort of close to midnight. You will then leave the bar to head back to the rest of the group. As you do, you will bump into this guy.
Is it another LARPer?
Yes.
And
drones.
It's more than just a casual bump in a nightclub. There's a little bit more firm, and the guy will say, "I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going." Can you give me a perception roll, please? What's that?
Who was rolling that one? No, that shouldn't have been in there.
So success by 0. Yeah, the guy says, my apologies. And he begins to walk away. Do you make anything of it?
No, I check my, as he probably, I check my weapons.
Your weapons seem to be all there.
You know that it's an interesting point. Does anyone even carry a wallet anymore?
I assume that you have a wallet of some sort.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't need it. You got everything on a cred stick of some kind, probably.
Well, that would probably be your wallet. I guess you'd still have a need to have things put in a wallet.
Have I gained anything? Like, hey, I have
You
an extra cell
haven't
phone
gained
now.
anything, but you do feel around, and it appears that your wallet is missing.
And you have a tail.
Well, let's see. I'm out on a job, so it's probably not anything too, obvious of who I am.
What sort of stuff would be in your wallet?
Probably a basic identification card, and maybe a if found return to our bar, and then I guess, do they do like prepaid cred sticks or something like that?
Yes, there's certified cred sticks.
So probably a certified cred stick for maybe $100 or so,
Alright.
just enough for fare back to wherever I need to.
What's the name on your wallet? What's your real name?
Actually, no.
I'm assuming you don't have the alternate ID advantage.
That is correct. I do not.
So what's Cairo's real name?
Well, that doesn't mean you can't have an alternate ID. It's just not fully fleshed out.
Isn't it a perk level to have?
No, I mean, you could put a different name on your identification.
Okay.
It's
All
just
right, so
not going to stand
you
up
can
to an actual background check.
All right, so you can have a fake ID. Do you have a fake ID?
Oh, of course. I mean,
So
it may not
what's
be.
what's the name on your basic identification?
Gravy. Immediately coming up with a fake name. It's going to be Ben Roethlisberger. It sounds Hebrew enough.
All right, so you feel that your wallet is missing. You turn around, clearly realizing that this guy that bumped into you has probably picked your pocket, and you turn around to see him already looking at you. He has your wallet open, and he's looking at your ID card, and he says, "Oh, it appears you dropped this, Mr. Roethlisberger."
It's my mother's maiden name. Give him the hard stare and put my hand out for it.
You see, he'll flip the ID card both sides and sort of check it out, and then he'll slide it back into your wallet. And he'll then hand it back to you, and he'll say, "You should be a little more careful. It's easy to lose something in a place like this. Someone might pick it up and not be so honest." And then he hands it back. Do you have body language?
Not on this character.
Do we all see this happen?
If you make a perception roll by 5, then you see it. It is a fairly busy club.
Okay.
There's 5-5.
So,
Okay.
Ava, you would have seen it.
Okay, I'm going to commit this guy to memory too. I don't trust him.
So he will hand the wallet back, and he says,
I appreciate it, Mr.
all right, what's his name?
Sticky fingers.
What's the guy, the actor's name?
I have no idea what that's from. So
Yeah,
I joked around saying Jon Snow.
Isn't that the guy from the Two Brothers, Supernatural?
No.
I thought that was
Oh,
one of the
the
brothers.
the younger one.
goodness no.
Yeah, that's Padalecki.
Padalecki?
Jared
Whoa.
Padalecki, I think.
That's the dude's name, but that's not him.
He'll be a Patrick.
Patrick.
This is Patrick. He will then say, enjoy the rest of your night.
I'm sure I will.
Your accent changed again.
Stop!
He'll give
My
you
accent is showing.
at the change of your accent, you'll see that he'll recognise that your accent's a little different. But he gives you a quizzical look, and then will just sort of turn and leave. His inner monologue is, did his accent just change? Okay, so does Cairo do anything further? He turns to
No, wait, I
walk
kind
away.
of give him a watch as he kind of at least making sure he goes away, and then I go back to I take my seat at the bar and continue, scouting out the clientele and enjoying a beer.
So
Been wondering what the hell we're doing here.
Give me an IQ roll, Cairo. And I guess Ava can give me an IQ roll as well.
Who? Sorry, me.
Ava, because
Okay.
you succeeded your perception. You saw this go down.
No.
All right, so he goes off and does something, but neither of you will see exactly what it is he's doing.
You don't see him turn into a bat.
So the time passes, and then a dude in an outfit that is similar in style to the bouncer's coat and tails. He will approach your table and he will say, please, your party is expected. Please come with me.
Well, let's go into the trap.
Our party was expected, so now we go see the party that we expected.
All right, so you guys are then led to another room in this place. The music is drowned out, and it's like a meeting room or a lounge sort of meeting room, smoking room, if you will. The music is just a sort of dull beat in the background. You can quite easily talk and not have to raise your voices here. When you enter the room, you will see the 4 patrons that you encountered in the bar itself. They are sitting down waiting for you guys to step in.
What an amazing surprise.
Petra will first lock eyes with Frey and will smile at him, that is.
Cash, is the husband and wife there?
Yes, all 4.
Cash walks over and looks at Scarlet and says, well, can I buy you a drink?
She finishes your sentence. She says, of course.
And I look at her husband and go, do you want one? No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to buy you one.
He gives you an amused smile.
Technically, Petra's buying.
True.
So you will see that in this lounge, the coffee table is a similar table as the other. You just tap it and order your drinks. When you finish, you'll see Petra will then sort of lean over. She'll tap her wrist to the pay button, and your order is in. The guy, Patrick, he will say, "You'll please excuse our earlier interactions." No, the husband did not mention the name. By the way, okay. I don't pay a huge attention to chat unless roles and stuff are taking place. So if there's something that needs my attention, just point me to the chat.
Okay.
No, he didn't mention his name. So Patrick says, "You'll please excuse our previous interactions. We needed to assess you people before the meeting. Just as a precaution."
Assess, huh?
Yes. Claudia recommended you.
That should have been enough.
Well, unfortunately, we have not had many dealings with Claudia or any people like herself.
How can we help, Mr. Johnson?
He says, "One moment.
You can die!"
One moment. To make up for our previous misgivings, we have arranged something of a feast for you."
Oh, that's...
Doesn't have issues, does it?
He will pull out his cell phone and send a message, and before long a group of people will come in with platters of food that they will set out on the coffee table, and your drinks that you ordered will also sort of appear. They say, "Please help yourself."
Ooh, shrimps.
And it is a nice, fairly expensive assortment of food that you are welcome to partake in.
I take Scarlet her drink. I also ordered a drink for her husband because I'm not that much of a jerk. So I hand her her drink, and then I look at the husband and say, "Hey, I'm not that bad. Here, have a whiskey sour on me. Cheer up, Bubba."
Careful, he might take that literally. Now that we got the rest of them in the room, Frost is going to start checking up on the other three.
They're all vampires.
Okay, so Frost, as you do, you will see that your wireless connection to the Matrix is absent.
Uh-oh.
That's cheeky. Did it switch off, or was there a dead zone in this room?
Well, you would have noticed as you come in, but there is certainly a dead zone in the vicinity of this room. Almost like it's a Faraday cage of some sort to the Matrix.
Right, so that won't be a surprise then.
So I'm assuming that you guys, Frey picks up the food but doesn't really eat anything. All right,
Yeah, I
so
remember
the
he's
food
got
is.
He's got that quirk that he's like really picky eater.
All right, so it's still a really nice, expensive assortment of food. They've certainly, pulled out the stops for this one. It's, really, really nice. So you'll pick at the food. You will notice that none of them eat.
Because they're vampires.
Not yet.
I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to fatten us up, make our blood a little bit sweeter. All right.
Patrick says, I hope that what we discuss in this room remains purely confidential and doesn't leave here.
We have a reputation for that sort of thing.
He says, good. Well, I should let you know that we are all vampires.
Achoo!
And Petra locks eyes with Frey and gives like a cute sort of smile and shrug, like, sorry.
Now, this is not the first time we've seen vampires, if I recall correctly.
This is correct. You had... was a vampire nun or something like that?
Yeah, I remember a nun. I'm trying to think, did we see any again after that?
How,
I don't think so.
How prevalent is the knowledge of vampires existing?
Vampires are known. Vampires are victims of a virus. Was it human, metahuman, vampiric virus? Or something like that.
So they're not... So somebody being a vampire isn't like something super surprising, especially for somebody coming from like a three-letter organization kind of thing.
You know of their existence. They cannot eat normal food. They must drink blood. If a vampire tries to eat any other food, they will become violently ill very quickly. So they must consume blood, and it has to be human blood.
I flip my collar up and continue eating.
Then I'm safe.
Well, human, metahuman.
No, that's no takebacks.
Humanoid.
If they do bite and drink someone's blood, that person will likely be infected by the virus as well.
Well, that certainly puts a damper on my relationship with Petra.
It was short-lived,
I'm
but
not-
it burned bright.
It is known that some vampires have, willing donors that will donate blood. Obviously, there are vampires that are, less civilized, I guess, and they will quite happily kill someone for their blood.
Although, Elfwick is a vampire.
Yeah, you already went there.
Yeah, but this would be, after he's really, really badass.
You wouldn't be able to go out in the day, though.
Do we go out in the day very often as a runner?
I have a day job.
Even when you do go out in the day, it's raining, so you're probably safe.
Exactly.
Well, Frost is gonna play off like it's no big deal. Say, yeah, we ran into a vampire once. Who was that? What's her name?
Right.
I heard
to eat it.
that we worked with a half vampire at one point. I wasn't there for that though.
No, that was pre-reboot, so I don't know if it actually is in canon.
So, Patrick will continue. 2 weeks ago, a mage named Vlad Malkovich. He goes by a street name, Nosferatu. He came to the club and demanded to meet with the coven. Malkovich wanted the coven to make him into a vampire, but we refused because he seemed too unstable to allow into our group. Nosferatu then stormed out of the Styx. Nosferatu. Okay. Those of you that have was it current affairs, Shadowrunners and stuff, you are welcome to make a roll.
Yep. I was about to ask about that. I was like, pretty certain I have that. Never heard of him.
All right. So
Clearly, that means
Frost
he's not
can do-
important.
I will.
Wait, is it Nosferatu with an O or a 0? Because there are two different guys.
Patrick shrugs and says, I don't know. I only know him as Nosferatu.
And what was his full name, sorry?
Vlad Malkovich.
Okay, thank you. John's brother.
Yeah, I was totally thinking of that.
A few days ago, a member of our coven was murdered in her penthouse, decapitated, and her body burned. 5 days later, another member died in a similar fashion. Both attacks happened during the day when we are most vulnerable. The coven suspects that Malkovich was behind the killings out of a revenge for refusing to allow him membership to our coven. We are willing to offer each of you 10,000 new yen if you are able to successfully eliminate this threat. We will also pay any reasonable expenses.
Question. How come you're not doing it yourselves?
It is not our line of work. People such as yourselves are more suited to track down this individual.
They don't want
That's
to bring
fair.
attention to themselves.
Well, what kind of information do we have?
All right, so you succeeded your current affairs. You have actually heard of a dude that goes by the street name Nosferatu. He is known to be an assassin. He succeed by, was it 6? So yeah, he's known to be a professional assassin, and he's quite good at his job. His avatar in various places where it's used is a sort of vampire motif.
Because of course.
He arrived on the scene maybe 3 years ago. It is also known that he has had cosmetic surgery to make himself look like a vampire. So he actually has, cybernetic fangs.
What's his angle? What's his angle? I don't get it. Why does he just wants to complete the deal?
Revenge. We believe. We don't know for certain.
I mean, could he not have just used your blood and infected his own with the people he's killed?
Perhaps.
And you,
We
at this
we
point,
do not know his motivations. We suspect it's revenge. Regardless, it doesn't change that we want the threat eliminated.
You got proof it's him? Or is this just a suspicion?
Scarlet says, do we need proof? Or
well, at some
is
point.
the creds sufficient?
Ah. Yeah. Fuck proof.
Does Nosferatu have an MO that anyone would recognize?
No MO. Now that you've heard of Nosferatu, you can give me a research roll. This will be for later after you leave the room.
Right.
While I remember. Because I assume you're going to start looking him up.
Yeah, I can only do the basics right now. I don't have my deck on me.
You can give me a streetwise roll on that as well. As part of your research. Okay, so complementary skill, is it +1 or +2? I forget now. +1?
1.
So that will be a succeed by 6.
And how do we do a reputation check to see if we know him amongst assassin circles?
If you have the skill Current Affairs Shadowrunners,
no, I don't think I do.
Then you could roll on that. Otherwise, you could roll on default, so that's just IQ. And I think it'll be IQ -5 or something.
No, failed. Nope, never heard of it.
Reputation works the other direction.
Okay.
You will know a Nosferatu that spells his name with an O, and he's not an assassin.
Okay.
Sorry, it spells his name with a 0, not an O. Alright, so this is information for Frost post you leaving the room. You know from some street contacts as you sort of hit the various boards and stuff like that, that Malkovich is crazy. No one wants to work with him anymore. He's just too much of a loose cannon. And there's been a bunch of fixers that have closed their books on him. And, there's people saying that this vampire obsession of his is like taking over his whole life. He's just too much of a loose cannon. You also know that he has an apartment in the Barrens.
Of course he does.
Is the Barrens like a bad part of town?
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
slums.
I guess that's like the combat zone for Cyberpunk.
And he
Police-
will inevitably sleep in a coffin.
Police rarely visit the Barrens. They avoid it if they can.
What proof are you going to need that we've completed the contract?
Scarlet says, well, you don't need to bring us his head or anything like that, but just some sort of evidence that he's dead. Or, I rephrase that, she doesn't say dead. She says, some evidence that he will no longer bother us is sufficient.
Remind me later, I need to start digging around for local funeral homes where somebody's bought a casket and didn't bury anyone.
And of course, your research also told you that he's a mage. He appears to be a fairly skilled hermetic mage.
That'll be fun.
I'm very happy.
And I guess you also know that he has a specialty for unusual and difficult targets. So that is the information that you're able to find on Nosferatu.
Roger.
So, Patrick says, do we have an arrangement?
I'm in.
We'll look into it.
I agree.
Patrick will then stand, as will the others. So they'll stand and they'll say, "You're welcome to stay here as long as you like. Relax. Taking the food. The drinks are on the house." And then they will file out. As Petra walks past Frey, she'll seductively put her hands on his shoulders, and she then sort of leans in and whispers into his ear, says, I am free later tonight. And then she will stand and walk out. She'll turn and sort of glance back to Frey as she leaves.
Well, it looks like we're going to be busy tonight.
So, you guys are in the room. What do you do?
So we are killing a want-to-be vampire. Who is
I'm
also...
gonna open the damn door and stick my head out where I can get a friggin' signal.
So, you say this guy's targeting your coven.
Well, they've
So
left
how-
the room. So,
Okay.
if you have some more questions,
Yeah.
we can assume that you asked them before they left. So, what do you want to know?
I basically just want to know. Obviously, we know these four. We know the others have been assassinated. How many other coven members are there that could be in danger still?
They will say we would rather not disclose that. Anonymity is our primary defense.
I'm only saying because if it was only the four of you left, well, we could just concentrate on our protection of you. But if there's others, well, that could be
They will
means
say
of...
there are others.
Okay.
Post meeting, Frost is gonna throw back to Frey and say, "Hey, we could probably check in with." Damn it, I forgot his friggin' name.
That's not helpful. I don't know who that is.
1 second.
I've got all the contacts.
Yeah, I was looking at Tosh. You check with Tosh, see if those particular murders ought to be easy to find, assuming that they've been reported.
And assuming he picks up the phone, I gotta find him on my thing. Oh, hey.
All right, give me a skill roll for Tosh, please. All right. Tosh will contact you a little bit later. Actually, no. He'll just send you a message with some police reports. The message is headed. Remember, you didn't get this from me.
I never get anything from him. Not ever. It's really quite sad.
So, from the police report, you're able to ascertain a few things. The victims were reclusive. The scenes of crime report suggests that they were killed by a professional. There's no known enemies and no apparent motive that they've been able to find out for the crime. They know that the killer has magical abilities. However, the autopsies on the victims showed that they were infected with HMHVV, so they were vampires. And Knight Errant has appears to have officially closed the case and has decided to do nothing more about the murders.
Well, that's sad. They're just undead monsters.
Are they actually undead?
No, they're not.
That's
undead.
my question.
They're just infected with a virus that means they have to drink blood to stay alive.
Right. Let's see. I think the locations are probably not going to give us a whole lot. Well, unless we canvass the areas, but don't see why we would come up with more than the police did, unless they just suck.
Well, from the police report, yeah, they've done everything that they were expected to do. However, post autopsy, it's gone into the we don't care anymore now.
Well, they probably didn't close the case. It's probably just in cold cases or whatever. I don't know how they actually do that, but
yeah,
they get
but then they're not going to follow it up. Yeah,
they'd probably follow it up if something actually presented itself, but that's not likely to happen without us.
Correct. Fewer vampires on the street is only a good thing. That's probably the best way to sort of wrap that up.
Are they really a problem?
No, but there are people that kill people for their blood. Not all vampires are nice vampires.
So, I don't know how long we plan on hanging around, but as soon as we depart, I'm going to go back and get my deck so I can do a proper research on the Nosferatu guy.
Did they have cameras in the club?
You will notice there are security cameras, yes.
Did they say when this guy came in? And whether they have any footage of the guy so we can actually see what he looks like?
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago that they came in, and you can request that security camera footage and they will give it to you.
Right, okay, I'll do that and commit the guy to memory.
Cheerful.
Total poser.
Well, yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we need to try to track him down.
The chances are he's actually probably trying to case this place. He might be as well. He might be trying to observe our place we're actually in.
So your research attempt, Frost, takes an hour. So, around about 1 o'clock is when you will get details of him, and you'll also have the address in the Barrens, plus the stuff that you've heard that everyone's sort of no longer working with him because he's just such a loose cannon.
All right, so clue number 1 that we actually have is his address in the Barrens.
Yep.
All right, well, I am going to begin the process on doing a full workup on the guy.
All right, well, you have a host of information, so if there's any questions that you have about him, then you can ask or inquire at any point during the adventure.
So I guess we probably need to stake the place out.
So, could he have been infected with the virus himself based on his actions?
Right, that was another thing I was going to do is we could potentially contact Gorgo about the medical side of that.
True.
Okay. PC contacts. We determined a rule on that, didn't we?
You gave the rest of them 9.
Right, so roll 9 or less.
I suppose I could do that. Almost.
Or
Gorgo
shoes,
is
Anthony.
away on another job, apparently, as he's not able to respond.
Got his kids, so he's like, I ain't talking to you right now.
Are we allowed to get back out the door and then come back in? The club?
If you want, yes.
Okay, I'm just going to casually go outside like I'm going for a smoke. Or just
Alright.
take a breath of fresh air, and I'm going to use observation and see if I can see anyone lurking around.
Alright, I'll get
That's
you to
fair.
roll that into the box. And the way you roll into the box is you drag and drop on that all-seeing eye sort of triangle.
Okay. Hey.
Alright, so you will look around, and there's no one sort of matching the description that you have or you've seen of Nosferatu.
Okay.
There is a lot of party goers and such, but yeah, no one watching or casing the joint.
Okay. After a few minutes, I'll go back inside.
One other point of research is, since I've already started the process of checking up on the socials for Petra specifically, but I started with the other 4, is to see who else hangs out with them. Because some of them are going to be vampires.
Alright, well, you will find a list
Let's
of
just
sort
throw
of
that into the pot.
socialites that they hang out with. Of course, you won't know who is and who isn't a vampire.
I can find out via their
How
medical
would you-
history.
Well, you'd have to find their medical history. If they, of course, have one.
Well, that is a legitimate question, whether or not somebody who has contracted vampirism, A, is forced by law to report it, and B, would they do that?
Good question.
So it's a case of it.
I assume that they would have to be registered. But I think you'll find out that most vampires, try to remain anonymous, and there's no sort of record of them being a vampire.
Ava sort of brings up.
At some point they were human before they changed. So there will be medical records that describe perfectly normal humans. And then after that, their medical records are probably absent.
Well, other than staking out the location, I'm not sure what else we would want to do.
Ava sort of questions this guy's motives. Is he just out for revenge now and out to kill as many as possible, or is he trying to actually obtain the virus himself?
Does he have a social presence? Does he have like a manifesto listed somewhere, that sort of thing?
I will become a vampire! Wahahaha!
Well, either that's one of his motivations, or he's just like, because that was what it was. He wanted to be one, but now he's either gone proactive to try and make one himself, or just he's gone the extreme ultimate and just I'm going to kill them all now.
If you have psychology as a skill, if you wanted to try and profile him, you're welcome to roll.
Yeah, I don't, so that's why I was
Then
sort of
it's IQ
Gorgo's not
-6.
here.
Yeah,
I know, right? The
The one
one time the GM.
That is kind of funny. Gorgo's always rolling for the new players. Gorgo's always rolling psychology for every situation.
Yep.
We'd actually started jokingly turning it into a drinking game.
I would be hammered by now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we would have all needed new
Um,
livers at this point.
So psychology is IQ -6, so you're welcome to roll if you want to try and profile him a little bit.
Knicker.
So just put -6 in the modifier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, our chances might be better if more of us do that.
Or
No need.
no need. Way to go, Ava.
Or no need.
Perhaps because he's a fellow assassin, you have a bit of an inside track on his state. So from the information that Frost has managed to gather, you look it over, you can see a dude that's turned up on the scene 3 years ago. He's quite skilled. He's really good at what he does, but there's just a steady decline in his jobs and general satisfaction. People are deciding no, they don't want to work with him, and it appears to be coincide with this vampire obsession.
Okay.
And now it is like his primary focus has just become fanatical about it.
Okay.
So you would assume the fact that these guys refused to admit him to the coven has triggered him such that he is out to get revenge on them all for saying that he's not good enough.
Yep.
So it sounds like we need to find him and shoot him in the face a couple times. I think me and Kesh have that part covered.
What do we know about if these aren't undead, i.e. they're human beings infected with this? Would we reasonably know then that normal bullets are going to do their nasty work?
Normal bullets will work just fine on vampires.
Would I ask Shard? Is there any way to know how strong in his magical abilities he is?
Yeah, you can make an IQ roll, Shard.
Yeah, because I imagine if he's hermetic, he's published papers or things of the like.
You believe that he could be quite, given the information that you've gathered from Frost and such, that he could be quite adept.
If he's
Well, no,
gone,
we'll relay that.
if no other fixer will touch him, is it likely another fixer will be able to? Obviously, will they rat out another former employee about any information in regard to him, or was that
probably
just
not.
non-professional?
That would
Depends
be
on how
unprofessional.
professional they are.
Yep.
You could find an unprofessional fixer.
I'm not sure if we know any.
I'm just thinking that if
Yeah.
we find the fixer that knows who his contacts are, if any, we'd track him down that way.
Yeah, a fixer only has to betray a runner team once, and
Yeah. That
won't end
will let
well.
out the loop. Yep. Okay, so how do we find him then?
Okay, well, we got his address. We can do the stakeout.
Mhm.
We can do a little bit of prep work on that, and maybe determine if there's any activity in the area already. I don't know that we have any clues beyond that at this point.
As long as Shard is present, he can at least use that the vision thing to determine if there's any like
Right.
wards up.
What if we plant some kind of notice or some kind of notice that we're meeting with one of the family at some location that's private and lure him into a trap?
We have no real way of ensuring that he'd bite.
Right.
Until he
But
got there.
but Frere, you've got an inn here. You could at least maybe ask her how we could set that up and make it believable.
That's true. You could make her the bait.
Do we still have our cards? Will they take it off us?
Your invitation cards, you
Yes.
still have them.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
We could use one of them to bait him out as an invitation to the club, to ask as a for a ceasefire type thing to negotiate.
I mean, maybe he'd come back for a second go,
That also
especially if he
Or-
knew that they were considered.
Or,
that also
Well-
has the potential
or
of
come
being
at them when they're
bloody
away.
at the club, though.
You'd have to think about that from an assassin's perspective. If it were you, would you take that?
True.
I would, if we can make it where it looks like there's movement on the vampire's part, where he can set up a ambush for them and make a juicy target. Because if he's going after them, he wants those guys. So any information that he gets that says, "Hey, they're going to be in a vulnerable spot," he might, take the opportunity.
Yeah, no, we'd have to come up with a pretty good honeypot there.
I think we got a honeypot. I think we got a perfect honeypot, and I think we could possibly put the word out that we've got her. If he wants that, if he's killed one, he'll kill another.
I mean, I know this is, how close in height does Ava look to any one of the two females that we just met?
Let's have the universe decide. So, Ava, I'll get you to roll a reaction roll.
Who
Universe
did the
reaction
disguise
roll.
that last time?
Reaction.
It's on the main page.
Yeah,
Yeah,
main
got it.
page, reaction. So the universe is indifferent.
So might pass, might not.
Might pass, yeah.
Close enough from a distance, because we could play the Freyr's taking one of them out on Freyr or Kesh, whichever one she's closest to, is taking one of them out on a date. And honestly, all it has to be is like some folks at the club taking photo shots of what look like her and Freyr or Kesh getting into a vehicle and driving off. And then those get posted to some kind of Instagram page.
Yeah, we can do that.
Ava, for a second, basically having memorized Petra, will take on an acting role and just try and mimic her for a second. See how it comes across.
I have the disguise skill and a disguise kit and have used it successfully in the past. So we can probably work something up there.
I guess
And
see whether that's believable or not.
And it's possible Frank could get her cooperation and maybe get a selfie or two on the way to this quote unquote date.
Okay, so with acting, succeed by 3, it's sort of passable.
We just need it from a distance or
that's
from
what I
somebody's Instagram. Something that'll look enough to him as, oh, look, she's leaving her fortress.
Now,
Okay, I'm gonna
the problem there is he actually paying attention to that?
Yeah,
Would he
that's
actually get
that's what I was about to say.
Right.
Is,
And that's where Frost needs to sit there, and if Frost has the ability to look into his digital feeds, what's he watching? Is he watching the news? Is he focused on them and their movements and put it in just the right place to make it innocuous?
Right. Well, if we knew where he was, we knew where he was.
Right, but I'm just, what is he addicted? Is he always on Facebook or the equivalent, that kind of thing?
Do we know from his background check what he's skilled in besides majoring? Is he a skilled technician? Like, would we be able to tap into the club's security himself and be observing them from a distance?
I'm actually wondering if he has a crew.
Yeah, that's what I think I was thinking of too.
Well,
does he roll with an assassin crew?
At some point he had a crew, but he burned those bridges when he started to go off the rails.
Okay, so I'm going to.
We could actually look up his whole crew. They might be, if he burned those bridges crispy enough, they might be willing to rat on him.
I think if he's this unstable, he's going to go for it.
The key is to slip him the information and make it look innocuous enough that
Yeah,
he just happen to catch it.
That's the problem, is delivering that information to him in a believable way.
Yep.
And that's why, does Frost have the ability to look in his digital feeds? And here's something for Shard.
Yeah, I don't have that information yet.
You guys would know if he's a professional runner of a certain standard. He's not going to fall for simple traps. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he's out murdering people. So if something turns up that's too good to be true, he's probably going to realize this is a trap.
Yep.
He's been in the business long enough to know stuff like that. So it would have to be really believable.
Right. So I'm going to make a criminology check, looking over the information I got from Tosh to see if I can identify linkages between the people that were murdered and potentially how he identified them. If that works.
Okay, give me a roll.
Hey, I didn't fail.
All right. So the police reports don't have a great deal, simply because they don't know that Nosferatu is involved.
Right.
You know, they've just.
Yeah, but I was thinking of combining that with the information that Frost has got.
All right. So
their data trail.
in combining that, you would probably figure that he has a number of contacts and people that he'll pay bribes to, and he'll have his own sources that he's probably utilizing to try and find out, his various targets.
I think you're looking for something with commonalities to all the vampires. Like, obviously, maybe they have if they're a coven, they'd have a common spending account or something, or realtor they all went through to buy their properties. So maybe that's a
you
common
would
link.
assume that this place, the Styx, that's spelled STYX.
Yep.
That is a common link to the coven, so this is probably one of the coven's hangouts.
Yep.
There is one way that you would most definitely track down vampires if you were trying to, and that would be blood. They need blood to eat, and it has to be human blood. And there's only a couple of ways you get that.
Do they have thralls that regularly visit that he can track and watch, or do they get like a regular, delivery from the local blood bank that he tracks?
You might have private medical facilities that have like private blood banks and stuff.
Yeah, those facilities got to have that blood delivered at some point, and so there is something to be tracked.
Like pathology labs or something.
Mm-hmm.
Still, all that sort of stuff would be under the table, so you would have
to
do
some,
Yep. Streetwise.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Well, I'm pretty sure that a vampire would like any orders for human plasma to be off the books. Especially if it's like weekly deliveries of blood.
Well, I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of if vampirism is just a disease, and if you got it, you got it. If people aren't freaking out about the fact that they're vampires, then
because
they
these
probably
guys
don't have to hide anything.
These guys don't seem to be the type that just go around killing to get the blood. They seem like they're.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know the four that you met.
Yep.
Maybe do kill for their blood, or maybe they have thralls that donate.
So, we would like to track that down. How will we do that?
To try and find out.
Well, who are more the computer savvy or network savvy?
That's me.
Okay. So I'm guessing you could try and find some electronic leads, like I said, I guess through rental properties or something, common links and stuff. Or just do they even carry phones and stuff that could be pinged off towers and stuff to see where they go?
They will have their comm links.
Something else to bring about if we have to engage, when we do engage this guy, if he's has a magical nature to him. We fought guys that kick things back in our direction after we chuck them. So be advised, if you shoot at him without the right material, that round might come right back in your face.
Hence Frey loading his pistols with meteoric iron.
I don't have the meteoric bullets, but I have a meteoric dagger. That's about it.
Well, that's a good start.
All right, so you guys, I assume, leave the club to do your stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Frost is going to have a lot of data to comb through.
Yeah, once again outside, I will do another observation as we go outside.
For those of you that are new here, it's probably worth noting that everything that happens on the street happens on this street.
Okay.
It's
It's a very important street, you see.
This isn't this street. This is that street.
It's just all streets look alike. That's all.
Or is this other street? This might be other street.
Every one of them.
It's a very dangerous place.
I mean, literally, I think we've
Alright.
been using this corner for 10 years.
And you're always coming out of the same place.
Mm-hmm.
This place here.
The old white building.
I
Huh,
have
I don't have a token.
Don't you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
FYI, I am here, Brian. I'm just waiting for someone to knock on the door to bring me some food.
Yep.
So I
I'll
may
do.
be ducking out briefly.
Do we have everyone in the tracker? I think so.
And he's not asking that because someone is about to attack us.
Not at all.
In the interim, I gotta make a quick. I'll be right back.
Actually, I'll probably use the avatar picture. That's probably better.
Well, if you're going to use the arrows, then you got to use the avatar pictures because it doesn't make sense otherwise.
Whoops, wrong one. Okay. If your character has combat reflexes, please make a roll on your perception. If you do not have combat reflexes, then you do not get a roll.
I have enhanced time sense, remember?
Well, enhanced time sense is combat reflexes plus, so you still get a roll.
That is a giant car.
Damn.
Just drives and skids in front of us.
Yeah, this is why this whole token sizing thing is irritating.
Fantasy Grounds lets me do stuff. 1 second.
I put most cars in a 5-foot or a 5-yard box. Oh, right. Finally get to use the lair.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd probably make that one about 4 yards.
A little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Actually, that doesn't matter. I'm not going to mess around with this. It's not that important. Alright, so the roles. So Kesh, Frost, and Frey have combat reflexes.
Yes.
Pretty certain Cairo does as well, but Mark's AFK.
I'm not seeing combat reflexes.
Really? That
That's odd.
seems odd for that kind of character.
Yep, no combat reflexes. Alright, so those of you with combat reflexes will get +2. So you all step out of the club and head across the road to wherever your vehicles are parked or whatever, and this car accelerates towards you. Those of you that have combat reflexes, you will get a dodge at +2 to avoid getting struck by the car. The rest of you get your straight dodge.
Right.
Oof.
Tried to fail.
Okay.
Dodge is either on the main tab or on the combat tab of your sheet.
Damn it.
Yep.
For the new guys, you do have some options. You can use extra effort. So spend a fatigue, which will give you a +2 to defense. And you can also dive out of the way. You will end up prone, but that'll give you a further +3. So if Ava wishes to make a second dodge roll with those modifiers.
Actually, hang on.
Oh, and acrobatic dodge
I have
too,
luck.
right?
I have luck. So
That will
can I
work.
just make a reroll? Yep.
That is an excellent use for luck.
Yes.
Not getting hit by a car.
Okay.
And acrobatic dodge, I think somebody mentioned as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so it's just not just a straight combat. So it's a 9 + 3, is it?
If you wish to use dive out of the way, that's a +3, yes.
Okay. Oh, still fails.
You have one more roll. Luck gives you 3 rolls.
Okay, cool.
Use that one.
Trying to fail.
Yep.
As luck would have it, you managed to get out of the way. So the only person that did not succeed is Shard.
Indeed.
You should have blinked out. Oh wait, you don't have that.
Alright, Shard, you will take 5 points crushing as you are flying over the bonnet of this car, roll up over the roof and end up on the road. Your armor will protect as if it's flexible.
Which it probably already is.
Bold of you to assume I wore armor.
So that will mean you will get blunt trauma. So for every 5 points. So you'll take 1 point of damage. The car continues to speed away.
Can we shoot as it passes?
Those of you that successfully dodged and did not go prone, so did not dive, you can draw your weapons and shoot. Those of you that are prone can do so, but you'll be at penalty.
Okay, can I just make an observation check of the number plate in the car?
You can.
Actually, and by chance, the driver.
With observation success by 2, you can see the driver. It appears to be an Ameri Indian.
Okay.
So there is, as this car races past, there is some screams from people that are lined up at the club, and you hear like, "Oh my God, did you see that? It hit that guy!" And one of the people in the crowd will sort of come up and he'll say, "Are you guys all right? I saw what happened. I got the license plate of that guy."
So as that car goes by, we fast drew our pistols. Is there a way to target the rear tires?
There is. You're at a minus 3 penalty, but the size modifier in the car is plus 4, I think, or it might be plus 3.
Okay. And Kesh has Gunslinger, so he can add his act bonus right off the bat.
Automatically.
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the combined modifier then?
All right. So if people are going to be doing stuff,
Yeah, because I've got Gunslinger too.
let's go to the combat tracker. So we'll start with Frey. You are the quickest.
Calling that a sports car.
It's a sports car.
Crap, that should have been
3.
rounds.
Plus 3, so no penalty to hit the tyres. Okay. Well, there's no dodge, so you may roll damage. Alright, so the tyre... Were you shooting a tyre?
Yes.
Yep. So the tyre that you aim at, it explodes. There's sparks as the bullets, and I'm assuming these are meteoric.
In this case, no, because I would have had to go get the meteoric ones.
All right, so
It'd be regular rounds.
the tyre explodes and quickly shreds. There is sparks as the bullets plow into the wheel, and then the car sort of falls onto its hubs and is skidding across the road.
And then the other guys get to shoot the other tire.
Cairo.
I don't.
It's Cairo's turn. It's Cairo.
Is he still out?
AFK.
Oh, I'm here. I keep hitting the wrong button. I'm here. I was.
You knew you
talking.
were going to do that.
I knew I was going to do that. I'm like, why aren't they listening to me? Or why can't I be heard? They're ignoring me. So, if I understood right, the size and the tire even themselves out.
Yes.
3-round burst to another tire.
That was actually enough to trigger it.
All right. Roll damage.
No, I was going to say that appears to actually be enough damage to cause a wipeout.
It will require control roll. All right, so the second tire goes out. Ava.
Shoot a front tire.
I didn't draw a weapon.
What's Ava doing?
Um,
I think Ava.
Notices the pizza delivery logo on it.
I think Ava.
all I did
is
was observe
prone.
the. Yeah,
You
all I
took
did
the
was
plus
basically. Yeah, I'll get up basically and just observe the driver of the car, like I said.
Right, Kesh.
Yeah, and I don't think I have any modifiers to plug in here. So with the, you say the car and the wheel cancel each other out?
Yes. So the only thing that
So-
is important is range, and I'm assuming -2.
Okay.
But you don't need
So
to
my
stick
AC
that in as a modifier.
Yeah, so my AC is +2, so of -2. So we're just looking at a straight 0, eh? All right, well, we'll just fire a shot. With pistols, rate of fire of 3.
Yep.
But that's not a burst, is it?
No, that's pulling the trigger 3 times.
Yeah. Okay. Well. You know what? I'll just put 1 bullet in. What the heck? All right.
All right, that's a hit. Roll damage.
Oh, has he got a medium pistol? How does Kesh
I've
have
got
a medium pistol?
Medium pistol's better because the recoil is not so high.
Yeah, but they don't do enough damage.
Frey disputes this.
I left the assault carbine at home.
All right, so I'm assuming you're taking a shot at another tire. That will puncture the tire.
Kick.
Not enough to shred it, but it'll go flat. This guy is going to have to make a lot of control rolls. So Frost.
Frost is just tracking the vehicle. He's recording this on his implant.
Okay. And Shard.
Ow, pain, my back.
Now, okay, so Shard was on the other side of the street from me.
Shard went over the car.
Yeah. No, I was the one who got hit.
Yeah, I know. I'm
All right,
going to be providing first aid.
So as this guy has had 3 wheels shot out, the car begins to skid and slide. It turns sideways. It hits a fire hydrant, and then that is enough to sort of flip it and knock it onto its roof. And then it sort of skids around a little bit on its roof. The guy inside the vehicle is, a little stunned. You guys have, unless you're going to shoot the guy, we'll assume you're not in sort of combat time.
Yeah, we're probably just going to advance and take him prisoner or something. Find out why the hell he just tried to kill Shard.
I'll help Frost pull Shard off the middle of the street so the next car doesn't try and run him over. And then cover Frost while he administers aid to Shard.
What is that tinkling noise?
Someone's
Phone
alarm
alarm.
went off.
Kesh will go advance and see about dealing with the driver.
Yep, definitely doing that. It looks like my pizza guy is finally in the proper neighborhood.
All right, so just type an X into chat if you're going to investigate the vehicle, or if you're advancing on the vehicle, just so I know who's going. I
guess that doesn't work
It
since
doesn't
we can't
show
ID them.
who voted.
Bah.
I
Well,
wonder if
Frost
there's
is
a way
not,
to do
and
a
Shard is not.
non-anonymous vote. So
Frost is not,
Kesh
Shard
and
is
Ava.
not. Cairo is not.
Cairo is not.
Shard will not.
All right, so it is Frey,
I would
Kesh,
suspect that Frey
and
would be,
Ava. I'm assuming Frey is as well.
yeah. He did just get his.
All right, so for those that are advancing on the car, you see the driver is a little stunned and shaken from wiping out. Because the car's landed on its roof, the door doesn't open, but the window has been broken. The dude will sort of crawl out through the window. He'll see you guys approaching, and he'll throw his hands up in the air, and he says, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!"
Kesh is going to tell him to hit the ground and put his hands behind his head.
He will do just that.
Yeah, sorry. Frey's doing the same thing and in a very authoritative police-type voice. Down on the ground!
Those people that don't know Frey's past might look at him a little bit sideways. That sounded awfully cop-like.
Then I will say to Frey, you deal with him. I'm going to check the car out.
Right.
All right. How do I select this?
We don't know what you're selecting.
I'm trying to select the car image. Doesn't matter. I have no idea how to rotate this image.
Don't worry, you'll
Is
do
it
it by
not a
accident.
token?
No, it's a separate sort of thing in the layers list.
Huh.
I have no idea. Doesn't matter. It's not important. All right. So the guy will comply. He will lay down on the ground, and he'll put his hands on his head.
Yep, he's going to get a knee in the back, and I am going to zip tie his hands behind him.
Does Frey carry zip ties?
Yeah, I think
Probably
he
does.
started carrying those a couple sessions ago. Can't remember why.
Because we keep ending up needing them.
All right. I'm good with that. So you keep some zip ties in your pocket.
Well, it also
just
makes
these-
sense with it, whenever he's not suspended and doing his job.
And you will zip tie the guy's hands. You would also know that you don't have a great deal of time before Knight Errant will probably respond. This is downtown, and it's a reasonably good area of town. No doubt the police have been called.
Yep.
Which means whatever you're going to get out of him, you got to get out of him now.
Unless, of course, you want to be here when the cops show up.
I might loiter behind and call what's his name
Tosh.
again? Tosh. Let him know that, hey, just got a attempted hit and run.
Kesh is going to try and very quickly look over the vehicle, or perhaps look in the vehicle, while he's kind of dealing with the assailant.
Okay, you have a quick look over the vehicle, and it seems to be your regular sort of car. Nothing fancy about it. Seems like the car that your average dude would own.
Okay.
Patting dude down.
And
Well,
Actually, you can give me an observation roll. Oh, actually, if you have search, that's probably good as well.
Yeah.
If search is better, then you can roll that. Otherwise, observation is fine.
Yeah, I know. I don't have
Good roll.
search. No, I don't have search.
Okay, so you will spend a little bit of time. You'll end up going through the glove box, and you will determine that this car is a rental.
Okay. Well, we've got the license plate. I just shout out, it's a rental. It's a rental, man. And I just will make note of where it's rented from.
Acme Car Rentals.
Oh man, we're really lucky this thing wasn't made of explodium. It's Acme. It should have rolled and gone kaboom, leveled half the city.
And because this guy is an Amerindian, his driver's license says Coyote.
Right. So I think I'm going to be using. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to use search to pat him down. Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
You find nothing other than his wallet, which has some ID.
Okay, Kesh. Kesh also wants to try an intimidation roll on him to ask him who the hell hired him.
Yeah, that's going to be definitely part of the thing too.
But I understand intimidation may take some time, so that may not be the wisest course.
Roll your intimidation, please.
Yeah, I do have interrogation, but that takes even longer.
I'm going to use luck to re-roll that.
Oh, if he's magic.
Oh yeah, I'm going to use luck to re-roll that.
Go for it.
You swine dice.
That's 2 rolls.
You get one more roll.
Oh, 2 rolls? Got one more? Okay. Come on, dice gods. Nope.
You should also note the time that you used your luck, because you can't use it again for another hour.
For another hour, yep. I fumble over my words. I'm so angry. I just fail.
Well, to be fair,
question.
To be fair, that is contested.
That is hilarious.
Man, what the hell?
It'd be like that.
You're all clearly shaken by the fact that you nearly died.
That's right.
But then again,
Uh-huh.
he will fail by more.
He's also shaken by the fact that he nearly died.
We just had 3 people shoot at him.
Exactly. And his car flipped, and that was a rental. They're not going to let him turn it back.
I should probably make a bad temper roll here, shouldn't I?
Yeah, if you have bad temper,
maybe.
it makes sense to make a roll to see if you lose it.
Yeah.
You only have to
can
roll if you're
choose to
trying
lose
to
it.
restrain yourself.
Well, I think anytime I come into a stressful situation, I have to roll this thing.
Well, you can choose to fail. You don't have to roll. You only roll if you want to restrain yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm not going to worry about that. I will restrain myself then.
All right, so make the roll.
Oops, hang on.
Wow.
Okay.
A lot of high rolls. You manage to let the cool head prevail as much as you want to go off on this guy.
Yep.
He says, look, don't shoot. I was just hired by my fixer.
Who the hell was your fixer?
You better talk. You just committed, multiple crimes. Attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon. List off a handful of others.
The guy is clearly shaken. He will give you the name of his fixer. I wanted to make it Freddy, but no.
Yeah, Freddy wouldn't do that.
Freddy likes you guys enough. He wouldn't. Just for the new guys, Freddy is a fixer that the characters have had many dealings with.
If you should get the chance, we'll just take the wallet and just do obviously photographic memory of his license.
Yeah, I was probably just going to take the. Yeah, you can do that, and I was going to toss the wallet to Frost and let him start doing his digital mojo on it.
Right. All right, so you will have heard of this fixer, and it's a name that's fairly small in the business. We'll say this fixer's name is Clocks.
Clocks. Clocks McGee, eh? That rascal.
I've never heard of him before. He must not be well known.
I think we need to leverage this dumbass up, and I think we're probably going to turn him over to the very large troll guy.
How injured was Shard?
1 point.
Oh,
Ow.
it was 1? I thought it was 5.
He's fine.
You had armor, so
No,
you didn't have armor?
No.
Okay, so then you took 5 points of damage.
And there's the other guy. Is the other guy in the car injured?
Only minor sort of cuts and bruises.
Was Cairo assisting? Does he actually have first aid?
Button mark.
If he does assist, remember it takes 10 minutes to do the full first aid.
Yeah.
So it depends if you guys are going to wait around. Just a normal first aid will take a minute. And you imagine that police response time is going to be, not much more than that.
Yeah, I'm assuming bandaging isn't going to do a whole lot here. It wasn't that kind of injury. Mark?
Yes. I don't have first aid to assist with.
You didn't actually say that.
He just did.
Did I not? Oh, dang! I hit the wrong button again.
All right,
this is why I totally recommend getting like an Xbox controller and plugging it into your computer and then setting it to one of the buttons.
It doesn't matter if you don't remember which button it is.
But if it's always the same Xbox button, bam, problem solved.
One of the extra buttons on your mouse.
Sorry, I can't help you, Shard. Frost does this all in hand.
On my mouse.
Okay, well I can cheat a little bit and leverage my attentive and get +1 out of that, so it's an actual success by 0.
All right, so you'll get 1 point back immediately, but to get proper first aid, you'll have to do that after the fact.
Like I said, I don't think the bandaging is going to matter there. If he's not bleeding.
I think it still counts, but anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
Assume post this, you'll do proper first aid and you'll get 4 back. So his hit points will only be down 1.
So hand this dude over to the troll. Say, can you handle this?
The troll says, "What do you want me to do with him?"
I'm presuming the cops are going to be here shortly.
So you want me to hold him till the cops arrive?
Around the neck, tightly, preferably.
If it's not too much trouble.
Give me a reaction roll, Frey. Add whatever bonuses might be appropriate. He doesn't necessarily know your runner reputation.
You can always give me.
Let's see here. What about my +2 from overconfidence? Would that apply?
No.
Troll's
All right.
name wouldn't happen to be Francis, would it?
All right.
Francis is
That's a
talking
good
troll.
reaction. The troll goes, sure. I'll hold him until the police arrive.
And he steps on him.
I should have included the social stigma because, well, he's a troll.
So the troll will sort of grab the guy by his coat jacket on the scruff of the neck, and he'll lift him up one-handed, turn him around to face the troll, and the troll says, "You're not going to give me any trouble now, are you?" And the guy is just shaking his head, "No, no." And then the troll looks to you guys and says, "All right, I'll look after him until the police arrive."
Thank you kindly. See you soon. And I think when we are making good our exit, I'm probably going to end up calling Tosh again, or at least leaving a message. It's like, oh yeah, hey, some idiot just tried to run over Shard, and well, we shot up the tires.
In text, he
Tosh says, "Are you
He's
sure
still
you want me
alive.
to? Are you sure you want me to file a report?"
Oh, I'm just letting you know in case they start asking questions, because the bouncer has him.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. So you weren't there. None of you or your crew were there.
Nope.
It's going to be one of those days.
So you'll finish the call with Tosh. You've gone over the car. The dude has given up the name of his fix-up clocks, and I guess you guys will vacate the area before the cops arrive, as you hear in the distance the sound of Lone Star sirens.
Lone Star.
Starting to think Tosh
Sorry,
needs
not
to
Lone
get,
Star. Knight Errant.
starting to think Tosh needs to get a cut of our pay, seeing as he's almost always a part of the crew.
Well, I'm thinking my character probably like plays cards with him, and I do not have gambling, so he probably does get a cut of it.
Well, technically, contacts don't do their stuff free of charge.
Well, they don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. So if a contact wants you to pay up, then they will.
Right, so I guess we need to go chat with this fixer. What the hell is he thinking? Hiring some dude to do a hit on us?
Damn it.
Not
Ditch
everyone
isn't
is
here.
bright.
Okay.
All right, so what is your next course of action? You do have some potential leads. You've got a fixer that hired this dude to attempt to kill you. You have Nosferatu's apartment in the Barrens. What else did you have?
I think that's all we had so far.
So it was actually a plan to hit the guy in the car.
New guy question for the group. Yep. How many enemies have you made? Asinine question, but I mean, anybody out targeting you that you can remember?
I don't
I
have
mean,
any
there's-
living enemies.
I mean, there's this guy, that guy, the other guy. I'm pretty sure we have like what, dozen folks who hate us.
I don't think
There
we
you
have
go.
an official one.
Like enemy,
No-
and probably not. But a
No,
bunch of people who
no
don't
capital
recognize
E enemy, but lots of enemies.
Oh, no, that's not true. We do have Dr. Auslander.
Yeah, but he's a
But he's
ghost.
probably not. He's probably not it. I'm expecting that an assassin who is good at his job probably doesn't have a public address that somebody can just know about. So I think we should probably check out the fixer first.
Keep in mind the address, that information that you got is not just public. You got that through your streetwise and
Oh, I thought they gave it to us.
No, they didn't. You found that as part of your
I take
research.
it back.
Ava also wants to just do an observation of the area after the accident, just in case someone uses it as a diversion to try and get into the club.
Good thinking.
Woohoo!
All right, so you will look around. Give me. Does Ava have body language?
No.
All right, so you will look around, just gauging people's reactions and stuff with regards to what's gone down. There's like shock in the people that are sort of lining up to get in. You've got the troll is fairly, blasé about it, and he's like holding this guy quite firmly.
Yeah, he sees this crap all the time.
You will look around and you will see from one of the upstairs windows, there is a silhouette. You can't make out features or anything like that. Standing in the window, sort of observing. When you sort of look up, the silhouette sort of backs off and fades into the darkness of the room.
Okay. I'll make that known to everyone. Just in case it may be nothing. Maybe it's just the others inside observing what's happening outside, or
There were
whether
gunshots.
they think there was anything, whether they think it's anything to go back and investigate.
But you will note that the person standing there was probably female. You could tell from the silhouette, but they definitely moved away from the window when you looked.
Oh, okay.
I bought her 2 drinks, and this is how she pays me back.
There's probably no good reason why we couldn't, at least one of us, go back in there and check with security to see who that was. They should have that on camera.
Yeah. Okay, well, since I saw it, I might as well go back in.
So you're going to hang around post cops?
Well, she can catch up with us if we go somewhere else. We've got to figure out where to find this fixer anyway, so we could.
She could parkour and catch up with us.
I agree. I think she should figure out what she can, and we meet her at a prearranged point.
Okay. So I'll head back in and see if anything's upstairs.
Yeah, we maybe we
And
could
that's the
head
last
back
we ever
to
saw of
HQ.
Ava.
Yeah, we could head back to transporters and gather info there.
All right. So
I'm still in the process of doing the research that we've already got. So we've still got to gather all that.
All right. So Ava, you will head back inside. The troll will let you past. You head back in.
I had just a really interesting thought.
Did it hurt?
Oh, always. What if we pretended that we received the gift of vampirism?
I don't know that he'd revenge against us for that.
I don't think so.
We weren't
'cause
the
we didn't
ones that
deny him.
refused him.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. So,
I think
what's Ava doing once she's back inside?
Well, I'll go up to the main room, to where obviously I saw the person back away from the window.
All right. So that's upstairs. Looking around the club, you don't see any way to sort of get to that upstairs area. So, getting upstairs is certainly not available to the public.
Okay, I'll go to the bartender and just see if there's been any other disturbance up here since the last 10 minutes or so, however long this has taken place.
The bartender will say there's something going on out front. Some crazy driver tried to kill some people. Other than that, I don't know about anything.
Okay, everything all right in here?
He'll shrug and says, "Yeah."
You're getting camera footage.
Me?
Yeah, that was. You're going to go in and see if they had whoever it was in the window on security camera.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, okay, I'll try and bring that up to see if I can actually see if I can get that.
The guy says, "Who exactly are you?"
Oh, sorry, I'll look around to see if there's any of the other four are there, the main four in the room.
Okay, so you will find one of the main four that you spoke to before.
Okay, I'll basically go in and say, is everything okay? I was a bit concerned that whatever happened outside may have been a diversion to come after you.
Let's see. So the second one that you guys met was
Scarlet.
Scarlet. So it's Scarlet that you find.
Yep.
She says, I don't know anything going on, but there was the hit and run out front.
Yeah, I'll say I saw a silhouette from the window outside. Basically, I don't know where that is, but I'll convey that to her. See if she says anything about that, whether that was anybody.
She says, I don't know who that would be, but upstairs is off limits. It's only accessible to members of the coven.
Is it worth checking out?
She shrugs and says, "Why?"
Well, we are sort of on a protection detail for you guys. I did think there was going to be a diversion there.
Give me a reaction roll. You could substitute an influence skill roll for this if you wish.
I think I have any influence skills.
I think diplomacy would be appropriate here, or I guess you could use fast talk.
Okay, let me just see if I've got anything. I don't have fast talk. I don't have diplomacy.
So you'll have to go off. You could use intimidation, but I don't know if you want to be trying to intimidate your employers.
I'll just use a reaction roll.
Well,
She says, I can let you up there, but whatever you see there, you must keep to yourself. It is open to coven members only.
I have no problem with that.
You're going to get turned into a vampire. Sweet, sweet.
She will take you upstairs. So you go through a back door, and then there's a flight of stairs that goes up. She tells you to wait here.
I'll just memorize that pathway to get out too, if I need to.
She says, wait here, and then she goes off by herself, and then returns, and then she says, "Okay, you may come in." And then she leads you to like a lounge sort of area. You can see there's a few people that are sort of passed out in this lounge area. They look a little bit pale.
Yep.
They're still breathing and alive and such, but they look a little pale. And you can see, give me a perception roll actually. Or you could substitute observation.
Okay, I will take observation.
You will see that there are some instruments for the extraction of blood. So, blood pumps and stuff like that.
Yep.
There are glasses on the table that have material in it which you immediately assume is blood.
Yep.
And there are a number of people in this room, both male and female, that you have not seen before.
Many?
There is half a dozen.
Okay. All right.
Not being, that's half a dozen new people.
Oh, okay. As in potential coven members, or the people that are crashed out?
Coven members. The people that are crashed out that are like blood banks. You can identify them straight away. And being vampires, there is something of a sort of sexual nature. The people that are crashed out are scantily clad in sexy attire, and
I'm gonna memorize all of them, both vampires and people, and I'll basically is the window here where I saw the person back off from?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll basically. Has anyone sort of showed reaction to me being there?
You can see that these people are obviously a little bit uncomfortable, because they would rather remain anonymous.
Yep.
So they're uncomfortable with your presence. None of them are particularly willing to engage with you.
Right.
And you can see, also know that there's other rooms and stuff off here. So there's other places that people could be.
Okay. Are any of the other four here besides Scarlet?
No. Those four are elsewhere.
Okay. Just so you said Scarlet came in with me?
Yes.
Okay.
So she's obviously gone ahead and warned people.
Going.
Yeah.
All right. Well, rather than alarm them, I will basically just say, through her, basically try and convey that we're only here for basically protection, and wanted to know, is there any disturbance up here, or who was anyone near the window? If you can find that out.
So you're asking if anyone was near the window?
Well, I'm asking through Scarlet, so I don't come across as just as a person just intruding and basically, whether there was any disturbance up here.
So you will get a response from people. Everything's normal here. There was a bit of a disturbance outside. We heard some gunshots. Some of the people.
We're all fine. How are you?
Yeah, we'll find it.
The people will, or some of the people will say, there looked to be a crashed vehicle. I'm not sure what happened. You will get a reply. I think we're all at the window at some point taking a look.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, then I can take my leave.
All right. So you
Yep.
will leave,
Yep.
having committed everyone to sort of memory.
Yep. And head on back down to outside.
And because you may have forgotten, you were going to get security camera footage.
Oh, yeah,
to
sorry.
see if
Okay, yeah. Yep. All right. I'll see if there's any
Um,
security footage.
The Scarlet will tell you there are no cameras upstairs for obvious reasons.
Yep. And what else was I after security footage for? For outside, or just if anything?
No, specifically to see who it was that was standing at the window at that moment.
Oh, okay, righto. So that's irrelevant then. So okay, we know there was no one sketchy. So okay, so I'll head downstairs.
So the rest of us will probably have moved on to transporters already. So she
Yep.
can catch up however she catches up.
All right. Well, I assume I have some change. I'm broke. That I'll probably try and catch a cab or something to the transporters and follow them.
All right, not a
Or
problem.
however you got here.
Yep.
You will turn up at Vapor's Bar, the same place that you started all this, and you
Yep.
will, go through your information. It'll take an hour for you to finish your research, Frost, and that's when you've learnt what I've already told you. So you still have two options. You've got the fixer and the
And
address.
the address.
Yep.
I think the fixer might take less real time, seeing as we're getting close to the end. So we should probably at least check up on that first before we start dealing with stakeout issues.
All right, it's not hard to find clock or clocks. You will find him in a downtown, or not downtown, a not so nice part of town. Not quite Barrens, but certainly somewhat slummish. There's a little sort of shop that he operates out of, and as soon as you get in there, you see that there are lots of clocks around the place. It's almost like this place is a watchmaker's sort of setup. A dude will come out and he'll say, "Anything I can do for you?" And you'll notice that he's wearing a few different wristwatches on both arms.
What did Coyote say his target was?
You guys.
Like us specifically? Did he know us by name? Did he know us by
Description.
appearance? Description?
Yeah, we should probably just,
So this guy probably does know you by reputation.
Yeah, if he's a fixer, he's got to know about Shadowrunners.
yeah, that's why it's like,
Give me the group reaction roll.
He took that job.
I have no idea what the group role is.
So we'll get Frey. You can make the roll. Just make a reaction roll, and we'll see if we need to worry about bonuses.
Maybe.
Nope.
That was an awesome roll, just the wrong time.
I was
Right.
at +6.
Plus 2 Shadowrunner, attractive, and charisma.
So from the group reaction, I don't think you're going to get that many bonuses. So this guy's a little bit, reluctant to speak with you. It's like, you guys are out of my league, sort of thing. And he's going, he comes out saying, "How can I help you?" And then he sees who you are, and he goes, "Is there anything I can do for you?"
One, could not send people to try to run us over. Two, can tell us who tried to run us over or why.
You see the guy is now a little nervous, and he sort of backs off a little and steps behind his counter, and he says, "Look, I don't want any trouble from you guys."
We don't want any trouble with you.
And Kesh will jump in and say, "But it's going to be trouble for you, like it was for Coyote when he decided to not spill his guts. So what's it going to be, Clocks?"
He says, "Look, had I have known it was you guys, I wouldn't have sent him. It's just a job. You know that, right?"
I totally know it's just a job, and I reach in as if grabbing for my pistol.
He will, note that you're reaching for your weapon. He says it doesn't need to get to that.
Then, who the fuck hired you?
We need a name, and then we're out of your hair.
I don't know. I had a video call with a woman. She paid real well and wanted someone real fast.
What does she look like?
Oh, video call. Can Frost get a
Uh-huh.
copy of that?
I was about to say, where did you take that call?
He will sort of reach into his pocket and says, "I'm only grabbing my comlink." And he'll sort of hold up his comlink. Just my usual comlink.
I'm gonna need that.
He says,
And I'm just
you know,
unbuckling my holster.
That's my comlink. You know I can't give you that. There's names and contacts on there. It's not professional.
I'm gonna need that.
Can he just do the air swipe to send that message to Frost?
Kesh will tell Clocks, "I'm only just unbuttoning my holster now, Clocks."
No, there's no
Look,
need to do this.
You understand, it's bad for business if I give that information to you.
You understand, Clocks? It's bad for your health if you put up any more resistance.
At least you'll be able to continue business if we have the information on your phone.
No one has to know.
We're in the middle of investigation, and we are fairly certain the person who hired you is a person of interest. That's all we want, the person of interest.
They may no longer be your problem. May no longer
Besides,
matter.
Clocks, we're probably a little more ethical than you are. So maybe they'll just take the information they need. Maybe.
Definitely.
Look, how about I just transfer the information from the call? Yeah, there's no video. I didn't record the conversation or anything like that, but you'll have the numbers and stuff. You'll have the LTGs of who it was. I can give you that, but I really don't want to give you my comlink.
You can get the information with that, right, Daniel? Sorry, Frost.
Well, I would have liked to have gotten into his cache.
He will.
I'm sure the video is there.
He will describe the woman.
Got you on the cache.
He will describe the woman as, being really hot, well dressed. She had long blonde hair, blue eyes.
Is this striking Ava's memory at all?
I don't know if I've ever met a character, met a blonde person before, so I could do a memory check. But
the name is not ringing any bells.
Well, but
I was wondering if there
he's
was
talking
anyone in
about
that room.
from the upper room.
Okay.
No, that name. Oh, sorry. That description's not ringing any bells from the upper room or anything.
Tell you what, we'll take the number. And don't clear your cache just in case.
He says, "Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I'll make it up to you. I'll find you something good. If you need anything, you can call on me. Consider it a favor."
So,
Free
before we
charge,
go,
right?
what's with all these clocks? Clock? You feel like you're going to miss an important appointment?
He says, "I fix them. That's it. I like clocks."
Every man must have a hobby, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a hobby.
All right, well.
He will flick you the number.
I'll start working on a trace.
Okay, you can give me a roll for that. I think you have a trace program, so you can roll that.
Yes. I wonder what that would actually be, because this isn't an incoming call.
No, we'll assume that you go through phone records, so you can give me. We'll just make it a bad of 5, so you can do computer hacking at -5 to break into the phone records.
Well, some of that information is going to be public, but I will try to get at anything that isn't.
So phone records are fairly secure. So bad of 5.
Yeah, but even now today, you can pretty much do type in the phone number, and it's quite often, if it's important, it'll tell you who the hell just called you.
Okay, and then you can run your trace. Done. So you will hack the phone records, and you will be able to trace the person that owns this this number, and it belongs to someone that has the registered name of Sylvia.
So we can get the billing address and account information, all that necessaries off it.
Correct. And you'll be able to see that the call was made not long after you guys sort of arrived at the Styx.
Actually, I want to get the video since I'm in here.
I don't know if video would be actually recorded and stored.
You think the phone companies aren't keeping that?
That's a lot of data. If every phone call was a video call that stored the data, that's a lot of data.
Yeah, well, this is tech level 9, too. Your call, but I bet they'd have it.
Let's...
I get the reaction roll it.
Yeah, I was going to say, let the universe decide.
How's the universe feeling today? Drum roll. It says, fuck you.
Really bad.
It says no.
Not no,
This
but hell
particular
fuck no.
This particular phone company is dodgy, and does not.
God
They
damn
don't
cheap
want to pay
ass.
for the server storage space.
In fact, you may have just crashed their entire network on accident just by going, "Hey, I would like to." It's a bad SQL query. You asked it, and it just brought their server to its knees.
The
Their
phone
their
company.
storage server was down just at that moment.
Oh, I don't
phone
know.
company's Acme Telephone or Acme Communications.
And as we step out, we see like a mushroom cloud in the distance, and go, "I bet that's Acme."
Right. Well, that would have been nice. Do they keep profile information, including pictures?
Not with that role. So.
Well, that was to get the video.
You're lucky that they have the address and name of the person.
All right. Well, I can at least do a social media thing for that. All right, so I'll do some research on Sylvia, try to find her that way. And she may show up under Streetwise as well if she's contracting Shadowrun hits.
Give me a research roll.
Bum, bum, bum. Where's my thing? It's not there. And now I've got the full power of all my stuff.
Okay, so you will find out that Sylvia appears to be a businesswoman, a successful one at that, and is involved in a lot of sort of corporate real estate.
Okay.
There is nothing that would suggest that she is, works the shadows or anything like that. From what you can find, it seems that she's fairly mundane, just a successful businesswoman.
Cut out or screw?
Give me a streetwise roll as well.
I was trying to remember if he had tradecraft. No, he doesn't. Damn. Oh, but a good roll.
Woohoo.
A succeed by 6. You sit there pouring through data and stuff like that, and you're finding a not insignificant number of things that suggest that she is a vampire.
Blood deliveries.
And may well be linked with the coven that operates out of the Styx.
Okay. I presume we have contact information to the coven people we talked to.
You do.
Yeah, Petra
right.
left me her phone number.
Well, at the very least, there would be that. I was thinking something more official. Then I will, after revealing my findings to everyone else and with their cooperation, I will contact the coven and ask about Sylvia.
And why she might have wanted to, have us driven over.
Okay, so who do you contact of the four?
Which one of them seemed like the leader?
When you were speaking, it was Patrick that seemed to be doing most of the talking.
I'll call him then.
All right, so you will speak to Patrick, and you'll identify yourself, and he says,
I will speak plainly.
have you found something?
Tell him I will ask if he is familiar with someone named Sylvia, appears to be a potential coven member, and may have contracted the attempted hit on our team.
There's a pause. I'm going to assume you're doing a video call. There's a pause and a bit of a surprised look on his face. He says, we do have a Sylvia. She is a member of the coven. And he says, I have no idea why she would want you dead.
Well, that's a separate matter.
He says, are you sure?
We are certain the request came from her. We don't know why or if there were other factors involved.
So,
Was she present earlier? I guess it's still that night.
he says, yes. She was here at the Styx.
Do you know her current whereabouts?
She may be here still, or she may have gone home.
Could you check on that for me, please?
He will, you'll see, he'll start walking around, and he'll first go to the people that you've sort of spoken to, and he'll ask, has anyone seen Sylvia? And you'll get some responses. Yeah, I saw her. I think she left about an hour ago. I don't know where she went. She went with, and they'll rattle off a few other names. So you'll get a reply from Patrick saying that apparently she left an hour ago with some other people.
So is that before I went upstairs?
This would be after you went upstairs.
Okay, so there's a chance I've seen this Sylvia.
Well, if she was there, she might have been around.
As you remember the faces, or try and recall all the faces, there's none that match the image that Frost is able to sort of find of Sylvia.
Okay.
And it is, in fact, she's long blonde hair, quite attractive, blue eyes.
Can Patrick provide us contact information for Sylvia?
Well, I think we've got that covered.
You've already got that.
Could be. I'll just confirm the contact information.
The individuals that she was seen to have left with, any of those raise any interest?
He will shake his head and says, I don't know. And he'll say, I can't give out information on a coven member. You would need to provide some evidence and make an accusation and bring that before the coven before I could release anything like that.
Fair enough.
I hope you understand.
We do. I think that's probably all we need right now. So I will wrap by saying that if she returns, you might ask her about that. And if that occurs, if you will please contact us and let us know. Otherwise, we will continue our investigation. And have a good evening. Or morning.
He says, I will. And you end the call.
And I hang up, because that's how you do it.
Just hang on the phone awkwardly, wondering if the other person's going to hang up first.
No, you cut them off. Because that's how everybody does it in TV land.
Yes, you don't say bye, you just hang up. So what's your next?
I've always wanted to see one of those things on, like, I think NCIS did that all the time, where Gibbs would hang up on somebody. I always wanted to see him hang up on somebody and they call him back and say, I wasn't finished, and then tell him more information, and he hangs up on them and they call him back. I still wasn't finished.
I find that amusing that no one says bye on the phone.
Well, you know why they do it. It's just kind of annoying, though.
All right, so what's your next course of action?
So now we have now we have 2 clues because we already investigated one. So at this point, we've got the staking out dude's place or checking out, trying to track down Sylvia, which one of those we know the location of. Now, in the case of Sylvia, it's possible I could get in there and get the GPS on her phone. But that's probably going to take time, and we could probably start the other thing first.
How are people going for time, since we're a little bit over time now?
I'm fine.
I'd like to sort of at least cover the next bit.
Yeah, I'm good.
Anyone not okay with going on for a little bit more?
I can't
I
think
think we're good for a bit more.
Okay. All right, so next course of action.
Stake out. Anybody opposed?
Whatever the
Nope.
next bit is, that's what our next course of action is.
I think stakeout works.
I like stakeout.
Technically, we don't all have to go on that either.
For the GM's sake, you don't split the party. Or for the GM's sanity, you don't split the party.
Well, I mean, we might have to watch separate areas, so we should all be in the same place.
All right, so you will head into the Barrens.
This place seems familiar. We're always
lovely.
here.
You will get to the address It is a rundown apartment. As you sort of approach, you can see that there's people that are sort of hanging out windows, observing the goings on in the street below. Some people sort of see you approach, or they'll at least be watching. I don't know how obvious your stakeout's going to be, but people tend to not care about what's going on and don't ask questions, so they keep to themselves.
It's safer that way.
You imagine the rent in this apartment is really cheap.
$1.30.
Not exactly what you would expect for, a sort of Shadowrunner that's, doing well for himself. Maybe he's not doing that well, but it is a pretty shitty part of town.
This is his summer home.
Hate to see his winter home.
So you will stake out for a little while and watch. From what you can tell, you do not see Nosferatu, and it being nighttime, you will note. Well, actually, you don't know which room is his room in the building, but you would see that by this time of night, most of the lights in the rooms are out.
Because they can't afford electricity.
Can we position ourselves tactically, rear, front, et cetera, just to observe egress and exits and so on and so forth?
Well, looking at the building, there is only the main entrance into the building.
That's a fire hazard.
The main entrance has like a steel cage that you open and then sort of close behind yourself. It's just like that sort of folding steel. Steel metal
that
cage.
thing.
I don't know what you'd call it. You see it on all the elevators, old warehouse elevators and stuff like that. So you will you will see someone go up there. They'll have a key. They will unlock it, open it, step in, and then sort of close it behind themselves as they then go into the building itself. The only other thing you see is a fire escape, but you look at the fire escape and you're not too sure about the safety of it. It looks pretty beat up and old. It's actually falling off the wall in a few places.
That means it's actually fine.
Yeah, my thought was if he's an assassin, he may have some additional ways out if he ever gets made. And one way to do that is make a fire escape look absolutely trashed so no one comes up it, but he knows it's safe to go down.
Well, he's certainly achieved that. It looks trashed.
So
even the GM is convinced.
We need to. How big is this complex building? Whatever.
It's fairly.
Is it big or is it small?
It's small, but you imagine it's fairly high density stuff. So the rooms are.
How many units per floor?
So you imagine there's about 10 to
ish
15 sort of units per floor.
That's fine. Okay, so in that particular case, we'll need to know what the actual layout is to. I'm assuming we have his address, so we have an apartment number. We just need to figure out which apartment is his, so we know which window to peek in.
You could probably gain entry. If you can pick a lock, you could pick a lock, go inside, find out what apartment he is, and then you would know which window.
I can pick
go
locks.
to.
Well, if you want to do that and get the actual position of the apartment, then I can start working with the drones.
All right. Anyone want to go with?
And Shard needed to check it out for wards.
Yep, can do.
Which I guess he doesn't necessarily need to know which apartment it is to do that. He can just start scanning the whole building on that floor.
That should work, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll go in with you if you're going to lockpick.
I'll stay behind and protect the not the crunchies, the softies.
Not that soft.
So our goal is to just get into the building, walk by, identify the apartment, and walk out.
Yeah, I mean, all you really need to do is get whatever the floor layout, the floor map is, and figure out where his apartment number is. Is it on the corner? Is it in the middle? Whatever.
All I need to know is where he is.
All right, so you will head up to the metal cage that blocks the entrance to the apartment. You will see that there's a security camera that's sort of above the door, but there's like wires and stuff hanging out, and it's probably been a long time since that camera actually ever worked. You have a fairly standard key lock, so lock picking is all you need to roll.
Just remember, Kesh has a safe house out here in the Barrens.
Doesn't take you too long. In under a minute, you've managed to pick that lock. There's your attempts don't go unnoticed. You will see people that obviously see what you're doing, but no one interferes here. It's usually not good for your health to get involved. So you'll pick the lock, open the cage, and then you'll be at the sort of main sort of foyer area to the apartment. There is an elevator, but that elevator, you press the button and nothing happens. It's probably been a long time since that elevator has actually worked, if it's still even in the elevator shaft. So you then resort to the stairs. The place is fairly dingy. You've got some people that are sort of sitting in hallways, plugged into BTL devices and such, and you sort of step past them and you find yourself at the door to what you imagine is Nosferatu's place, at least by the address. From there, you can give me an IQ roll. Or if you have something that's, absolute direction or something like that, then you don't need to roll at all.
Nope. No, I confer with Kesh and kind of like, I think we're here. Sound about right to you?
I'll try an IQ roll if I may.
You can.
Sounds about right to me.
Yep, you're at the right room. And you're able to sort of give Frost an idea of which room is his.
Do you want me to check too?
Well, it can only the people that went in can make an IQ roll.
Okay, I didn't know who went in, sorry.
You could have gone in.
Yeah. If you want to roll, you can. But
So
then you're
which
inside. IQ,
IQ?
yes.
Actually, I probably have them on TACnet anyway, so I'll know where they're standing when they say that.
And he's like shaking his head as we say that. He's like, they're not where they think they are, but okay.
So Ava, you disagree with what your companions have said. You know, it's the fifth door down from here on the second floor. So you're giving a description. So,
Yep.
Cairo, Kesh, you both disagree with Ava,
But not particularly strongly.
Well, it depends on how
And I'll say
stubborn
to
you
them,
are.
look, who's got the better memory than you guys?
This is a valid point. It's one of those where it's like we all know that she has a photographic memory.
All right, so Frost, you will have conflicting opinions.
Well, I can sort it out from there, I suppose.
Which one is legit or which one's correct is up to you.
Are you standing in front of the door now?
You asking me?
All right. No. Okay, so I'm gonna send the drones, and we'll figure it out one way or the other which one's the right
we're
one.
really not wanting to go past the door. I couldn't tell you if he's got some magical shenanigans that'll blow up in our face.
So, which of the two suggestions are you going to first, Ava's or Kyra's?
Well, I know about Ava too, so. And I have the TACnet to think about there too, so I'm going to go with Ava's.
Well, you don't know exactly which.
That's what the TACnet does.
All right, so you'll use Ava's. Okay, you send your fly spy through. How do you get into the building?
Well, I'm going to go outside with one, and it doesn't sound like it's going to be any trouble to get it inside. So I'll send two, and send one to the fire escape just in case. So that's all three. And then Shard was going to check for wards, at least from the outside.
All right, so you will find entrance into the room through a broken window that just has like paper that's been stuck over the broken section of the window.
Are we sure this Nosferatu dude's good at what he does? Or we're falling into his trap?
So that's his room.
Kesh has a place just like this here in the Barrens, so it could just be his safe house.
It could be.
I'm assuming that this room is dark, so I'm assuming that you've got some vision enhancement stuff on your fly space.
Yeah.
All right, so you will see this room. It is vacant.
Because of course it is. All right, well, I'll go around the room and see what's here.
All right, is there anything that you're looking for in particular?
Not really.
I was expecting the building to explode.
There's only a certain amount of information that you'll be able to get through your fly spies. You won't be able to go through drawers and pilfer through stuff. You'll be able to establish that it's empty though.
No, I'll just do a quick surface scan. If I don't see anything particularly interesting, I'll check the back of the door for locks and traps and that sort of thing.
There doesn't appear to be anything.
apart from the nuclear bomb that's attached to the door.
All right.
What about Shard?
Is the actual picture
It's
the
IQ
actual
plus
layout?
majory for the check, yeah?
The picture is a fair representation of his place.
So is that a computer on the desk?
That is a computer on the desk.
Okay.
If you can call it that.
So, Shard, what were you doing?
It's IQ plus majory for the mage site, yeah?
Yep.
Don't you have an
Ooh.
astral projection?
No, I don't have projection. I just have sight.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, astral.
So
Yeah.
you're looking from your vantage point on the street. You're looking up at the window that is his place, and you do not see any sort of magical wards or anything like that.
Okay, I'll relay that to the team.
All right. We're gonna go in.
What not?
Well, that's going to depend on the team that's on the site or on site. So if the crazy people decide, yeah, let's go in, then we're going in.
Well,
Yeah, let's do
Mike-
it that way. So we'll announce that the coast is clear. There's no wards, at least from the outside, unless I want to check the front door. They want to have Shard come in and check the front door for wards. They could just pick the lock and go in.
well, so we have no clue if this door is magically warded.
No.
Great. And this guy's a magic guy. If I were
But
any
the
of
windows,
Fine.
the windows are not warded, so there's that.
There's only a slight chance of a magical explosion. It's fine.
But you can call
rock, paper,
Shard up.
scissors.
You can call Shard up and have him check
Yeah,
it first.
I mean,
Yeah. I think
coast
they-
is clear. I think it's smart to have the wizard look at it.
Yeah.
All right,
mean,
I
it's
will head
clear.
on in and
Look
make my way up.
clear.
You don't want to,
Well, from what you can see, there doesn't appear to be any magical wards on the door either. But you can't see through objects, so you don't know what's on the inside. But there's certainly nothing visible from what you can see. It doesn't rule it out completely, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll still head on in just to never hurts to be doubly sure.
I'm gonna check to make sure that there's no obvious alarm
If you
set on this
could
door.
astrally project, then you would be able to just pass through stuff and you'd see
You need
straight
to
away.
do that.
I will draw my gun and walk through the door behind them.
If Cairo wants to observe the other side of the door for any alarm stuff, I can hand him off the feed.
I don't see anything. This, and then lockpick. I take it.
Yep. It is a fairly standard lock, so just roll.
For whatever reason, I couldn't do my alphabet.
Alright, so you will pick the lock. It will unlock. However, there is...
And then explode.
And then we get the explosion.
There is a deadbolt. So you try and open the lock, but there is a deadbolt that can obviously only be opened from the inside.
Well, we probably would have noticed that with the
Well,
checking
that
the
will
other
become
side.
apparent once you pick the lock and try and open it. There's still the deadbolt. It's you would if you use forced entry, you could certainly kick the door and it'll break.
Well, go in loud or go in through the window.
You are fairly certain that there is no one here. Right?
Crunch.
You give it the boot. the door crashes open, and
Flash the light, and we're all, turned to ash.
No,
Thanks, Shard. You're a trooper.
no.
I try.
Door opens, and you are presented with a dark room. The only thing you see is the slight glow from a TRID terminal that's sort of in standby mode.
Cast magic missile of darkness.
Yeah, do you have anything to see in darkness?
Flashlights.
Flashlight. I reach. Is there a light
IR
switch?
goggles. IR contacts.
Yeah, actually,
Yes,
all
there's a light
the-
switch.
Sunglasses, I think.
Kesh has the IR contacts that we got off that one job.
Yes, there is a light switch. And if you have IR contacts, you can obviously see.
I reach for the practical solution and flip the light switch on.
And the building explodes.
And then the building explodes.
You are indeed correct. As
Building
soon as you hit the light switch, there is a flash where the light bulb sort of hangs. There's a small explosion, and then liquid sprays the area of a room, and then moments later it ignites in a massive fireball.
And everybody dies.
Woo!
See you later.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get you guys to roll a D3. This will represent how many yards away from the explosion you are. You want to roll high. So 1, 2 is 1.
Who all was,
2, 3.
who all was there?
It was Kesh, Ava, and Cairo.
And
the
Shard.
the light switch wasn't just on the other side of the door.
Well, it might have been.
How much time would it be between it starting to spray and it going?
Almost
footing.
instant.
Okay, darn it.
All right, so Kesh is, when the light came on, Kesh was the closest. I will decide that Cairo, since you are actually hitting the light switch, you are at the maximum. So I'll get Ava to make a roll as well.
Okay, so it's just a D6 roll.
Yep. So Ava, Shard was there as well. So yeah, the rest of you had well and truly gone into the room by the time that Cairo switches on the light.
Sorry.
You're not sorry. You know the truth. You did that on purpose.
All right, so your armor will protect fully. And those of you that are close will take 25 points of damage as
Ow.
this flame
Ow.
just showers your body.
Is that going to kill somebody?
Actually,
assuming-
is that a... Do we need the explosion thing?
We do need the explosion thing. So Cairo, you're going to be 3 times 3, so divided by 9. So Cairo, you will take 2 points of damage.
So
Oh,
the
yeah.
roll
Oh, I
damage is 25.
I totally want
target
Ethan to
range
take
is
it all,
1.
so Shard dies just so he can go, holy crap!
Well, it'll be cutting it close.
Oh, and you don't have any armor. Oh,
Well, it's I guess it depends on if I would have, because I had some. I just wouldn't have worn it to the club to meet with the client, sort of thing.
bye.
So
I would assume that everyone would have their usual get up.
We were going on and off there.
On a job.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
this-
where I was thinking I would, but I still need to check something.
Yeah, because we all would make it to transport.
Actual roll is 66 even.
So 66. Sorry. Divide that damage by 3 for the people that were 1 hex away. And
That's what I'm looking at.
Damage is divided by 9 for Cairo.
So at 1 yard, average damage is 7, max is 12. So if your armor stops that, your armor stops that.
So I take 7.
2 yards is 4 and 6.
That's not enough.
3 yards is 2 and 4.
All right.
So what would what would Kesh take then?
What was his range?
2. I rolled a 2.
So max damage is 6 at 2.
Okay. Well, his TR should eat that up, I think.
Okay.
So it was a D3 determined how many yards you were from the explosion. Yep. So a 2 would make you 1 yard from the explosion. So divide the damage by 3. So that's 7 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah. His DR is 12.
All right. However, you will be engulfed in some stuff that, for all intents and purposes, is napalm. So it is on your person, and you
I
are
heard it. The kids.
You are burning.
Hey.
So while your armor has protected, you are still alight. So you have to actually, if you recall, Chisel, yesterday we were talking about that modifier.
The one that you, I think,
On fire.
Oh.
Okay, where's that again?
So is this going to be one of those 3 dex rolls to put it out thing?
Nope, they're just going to die. It's tragic.
So is it dex?
See what Brian's doing? He's like, he brings in new players and then he
fireball. Yes, it's an effect. Okay, gotcha.
So what if you have armor with different DRs that cover some locations and are in an AoE, how does that all play together?
You lose your
on
arms.
fire all or on fire partial?
It's your average.
Area, so it's
average.
Yeah, you take the average of your DRs.
Okay, and then the armor I have is flexible, and so would this fall under the most of the protection?
That's not going to have any effect.
Okay.
Remember, if you're averaging DR, that includes 0.
Okay.
So, for example, if you have 0 on your face and 0 on your hands.
Yeah.
All right, so we will resolve this with a dex roll to put out the fire. You need to make 3 successful rolls. I'm going to assess a -3 penalty because it's napalm. It is sticky and doesn't want to be put out.
Okay,
Can Shard actually put out fires?
Did you say dex?
I'll double check that in a second.
Your armor will provide its protection up to its level of DR in turns. So if you have DR 8, you'll get DR for 8 turns. After 8 turns, you will start taking the full damage of fire.
Right, so just drop it in the normal drop box, or?
All right, so we'll begin with dex rolls. So those people that are on fire, which is all you 4, you can make a dex roll.
Is this modified by how much damage we took?
Yeah.
No, it's not modified.
So,
but we still have one more roll.
Yeah, I'm still trying to sort out DR.
I'm I'm wondering if I want to go for the Bravo Foxtrot trophy.
Well, here's a
Um,
question. Can I just take off the jacket that's caught fire?
So
Sure.
being 1 yard away, that was
Considering you only took a small amount, then actually no, you'll have fire on like all parts of your body because it sprayed. So you'll have to remove all your clothes, but yeah, your damage is going to be less.
okay. So I've got the average DR figured out, and then was it? I know the result was 25. Being 1 yard away, was that then 8?
Chat.
Oops, that's
1
not
yard.
the right
Okay,
roll.
9.
Blue Falcon Award!
All right, so Shard, you will not successfully put out the fire. The rest of you will take one turn, or have spent one turn. You've got to succeed 3 times. However, you will take damage. I'm only going to roll the damage once, everyone. Actually, no. I'll get everyone that is on fire to roll a d6 minus 2. So you don't need to put it in the modifier box. Just roll a d6. And that is the damage that you take. Your armor will protect you for that damage. These rolls are probably not necessary since I think you have your average DR is more than...
And my average DR is 6 over the entirety.
Alright, so you will take 6 turns before your armor is no longer effective. Okay, so the second turn of putting out fire. So Shard has not successfully put out the fire this turn. Ava has successfully put out the fire, or contributing to putting out the fire.
And we're doing that at -3, correct?
-3.
Yes. In fact, I actually took more damage because I need 2. I'm like Shard. I didn't make the first one.
Okay, so...
Oh, and then sorry, that 11, was that the damage on the next round?
that was your roll for the next round. So, Cairo failed. So Cairo,
So this is my first round.
One of 3.
First
Ava
one.
and Kesh, you're 2 of 3. Shard, you're 1 of 3. And I'll get you to roll a d6 again. This is the damage that you took. Only important.
It's getting worse. I'm making it worse.
Alright, so third turn.
Okay, so sorry, I think I missed stuff when I was still trying to figure out the average DR. So initial ignition took 9 minus average DR, and then was that 11 before we started putting it out?
The 11, I assume, is your roll to put it out. You're rolling dex to put it out.
No. Sorry. You're 11. You're 46 minus 2.
No. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Ignore my roll.
Okay.
It's easier if you guys roll your own damage.
We're gonna have to put Shard out.
Alright, so Cairo, you're 2 of 3.
2 of 3.
Ava, you have managed to extinguish the flames on yourself. Kesh, you have failed to extinguish the flames this time, so you're still 2 of 3. And Shard, you're 1 of 3. So everyone can roll d6.
Man, see, he brings new players in and then whacks them with napalm.
Napalm sticks to PCs. Ava doesn't need a roll, I don't believe.
Yeah,
Or,
Ava.
wait.
No, Ava needed to roll this turn.
Oh,
Ava
that's
doesn't
right.
need to
This is
next
the
turn.
next turn she will. Gotcha.
All right. So anyone that's still on fire, you can make a roll.
That's
So,
interesting. It looks like my
Kyra.
dice was cocked. I'm out after this.
So Cairo, Shard, you're 2 of 3 now, and Kesh, you have managed to put out the fire. So
Right, I will attempt.
Everyone still needs to roll. Everyone except for Ava rolls a d6.
Yep, I got mine.
And that was the 4th turn of burning. Is there what's the lowest DR of people?
I am. I have 1.
Alright, so you should be taking lots of damages. And remember,
I
this
just went
D6
down.
roll, this D6 roll is -2. So it's D6 -2 is the damage.
And I will switch to trying to help put Shard out at this point.
Yeah, because Shard is unconscious at this point. Or 0 HP, rather.
Alright, so
Health check to stay conscious, I believe.
Shard, yes, you need to make a health check to stay conscious. Everyone else has put out the fire.
And
So-
I will assist Shard in putting out his fire.
You can roll Dex to assist, and Shard, you'll get a bonus.
So okay,
Shard.
I've got location defense DR, but no, on the defenses it actually says DR 0.
Let's see.
Oh, you may not have it equipped.
Yeah, it's your defenses are.
And that may be an
Your
old
defenses
character
are-
that doesn't have that set up properly.
Yeah, you've got plenty of armor,
Okay.
so you will be fine.
All right.
It's not. Yeah, after 5 turns of burning, then you would have started to take damage.
You know, side note, might be useful on the defenses to actually put a large area DR. Like, go ahead and calculate it.
That would be something worth doing. Alright, so everyone has managed to put out the fire. The building itself, or the room itself, is of course still on fire.
Yep, we're beating feet out of here. No be there.
My
I have a
drone that
carry
I
ship.
had, my
It's
drone that
probably
I had
toast.
in the room is dead. It has only 1 hit point.
I think Kesh took 4 points of damage from all that.
I think your DR would have protected you.
Well, when you average it out for that initial spray of, I think it was 9 points, correct?
Correct.
You were 2
7
yards?
points.
Yeah, because I don't have armor like on my face or my neck or hands or eyes. So when I average out my DR, I think I've got an average DR of 5.
Alright, so in that case you would have taken 3.
3? Okay.
Unless, of course, you rolled more. No, yeah.
Yeah, see,
you
yeah,
would have
because
protected.
I had. Yeah,
The
I have
maximum
12
damage
on
is 6 is 4. The burning damage is 4. So,
Right.
Yeah, you would have only started taking damage after your armor had burnt away. That's post the initial explosion. Alright, so you will drag yourselves out of the room. You will see people starting to fill the halls, and I assume that you're escaping the building.
Yep.
So you'll escape the building, smelling of napalm. Those of you that are outside will see some people emerging from other buildings, and they look to be trouble as they converge on the building that you're staking out. You guys will exit this building, and you will find yourself facing off with a looks to be a bunch of gang members who are eyeing all you guys off. And that's where we'll leave it.
Okay, cool.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
We will, of course, continue. This adventure will wrap up next week. Those of you that have joined us, the extras that have joined us this time around, you're welcome to continue playing next week when we finish it.
Yep.
Word.
But yeah, everyone will get 2 points.
Yay!
So Kesh can accumulate more points.
Yes. Exactly.
I want to buy firefighter.
So how do you add points?
So the notes tab of your character sheet,
Yep.
you'll see there's unspent points. Just add 2 to that.
Okay.
And of course, those of you that were in the room, you'll smell of burnt hair, and your clothes will be burnt.
Yep.
And
Or charred.
Shard's pretty damn crispy at this point, too.
I really like this jacket.
So now he knows what it feels like.
Oh my
I don't
god,
like
I've
it.
been doing that to people? That's so bad.
This whole time? That's what I've been doing?
All right.
I just realized that I had added added those points last time on my GCA file, but I had not added this skill stuff on here. Way to go, Phil. All right, cool beans. Well, luckily for Mark, he's got another week.
I bought another week. Whee!
You knew that was coming.
Do I have the outro saved here?
Nope.
Probably not. If you're watching this,
You're
have
gonna have to
playing
budget.
suggestions, blah blah blah. Too bad, so sad.
Moans,
Yeah,
groans,
that
gripes,
one. No,
complaints.
I don't have it.
Improv. Do one now.
This concludes our broadcast day.
Yes, this concludes our
Atheist.
broadcast day.
Atheist salutes.
Does anyone have any bookkeeping they want to take care of before we finish it?
Not I.
Not
I
here.
don't think so.
Not at this time.
Yeah, not that I can think of at this stage.
Our 2
Yeah,
guest
I'll-
players, will you be able to turn up next week?
I will.
I will probably have to let you know through the week.
All right.
Right. All right.
But it'll be same time next week.
Nice.
Okay. Yep. No, that should work for me.
So, what time zone do you guys find yourselves in?
I'm in Mountain Standard Time, so
All right,
it's
all right.
yeah, it's 8:53 local time for me in the evening.
Oh, all right. That works. We're in Central ourselves. At least myself, Giger, and
Most of us.
most of us.
What time is it? Where you are, Ronnke?
It is 1:54 p.m. Sunday.
Okay.
I'm in the future.
I'm 254.
In the future, yeah.
in the future.
So we got 2 guys in Australia,
Yep, different states. He's in.
different states. Okay, I'm in Canada, Western Canada.
And all the rest of us are in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Right on.
Yes, sir.
It's
But,
not
you
great.
know-
It's not terrible. It's just okay.
It's okay.
It's just okay.
It's a long story.
But you're in
that's
good
all-
company with the Canadians, because my son
That-
is Canadian,
Oh,
and my
is that
wife is
right?
Canadian. My wife is Canadian, and my mother-in-law, who is here in town or is now living in Oklahoma, is just recently arrived from Canada.
Oh, is that right, eh? Whereabouts did she come from?
Right around
Let's see.
Vancouver.
Yep, Maple Ridge. Well, she was
Maple
actually
Ridge,
in
BC?
Abbotsford.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a cousin living in Maple Ridge.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, so she did she have to go through some of that flooding?
Yeah,
that
my
they
mother-in-law did. Yep, she kind of had to live through that a bit.
Before we,
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I shall wrap up the stream first. It turns out I do have the script. So, if you are watching this and have any questions, corrections, or general complaints,
Or heckling.
hecklings, feel free to leave a comment or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus bids you adieu and good night. Good night,
Good night, stream.
Good night, stream.
Good night.